video, you don't need your
I'll be
camera in
wasting
both
it. Fuck this
spots.
up.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking about how I actually wanted to do that.
I'm so confused on why it's not allowing you to roll a dice.
He's on caps now.
Because it hates my guts.
Maybe it's because you're doing caps.
Yeah, it does feel like fall.
Yeah, it doesn't work. You have to do it in lowercase. All right, cool.
Yeet.
Cool. Let's see. Pop this up. Can I do a pop out on
Ooh.
this?
Once we get this figured out, I'm gonna make a layout for this.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do on the fly right now.
Well, good luck with that. I'm real bad at I would not be able to do that on the fly.
I was like, I think it's just too much. I think we're just gonna make it simple right now for the time being. First go.
All right. So we have two people still loading their camera.
All right, guys. What's the snack of choice?
I have BBQ chips.
Dude, I ain't got shit.
Oh, rookie
Specific.
mistake.
Specifically, the BBQ chips from Speedway, the Speedway brand ones, are the best. The baby back ribs. And then I have the absolute best combos you can buy.
Is that Swedish fish?
Swedish fish, baby.
Your taste buds hate you.
They love me. I also have sweet tarts to sweeten everything up.
I have the best combos you can buy.
I got dabs. And I got a wife that'll bring me snacks, so.
There you go.
Well, just rub it in, why don't you? That's what I'm hoping to find on this campaign, Kyle.
All right, I'll make a note of it in your character backlog. All right. So, the other thing is, if it doesn't make it too difficult, I'd like to do push to talk, just because stuff happening in the background. That way, if someone's doing something or talking, they don't get interrupted.
Oh, I'm so gonna be terrible at this.
You're literally paying attention to me talking or someone else talking.
I can do.
Like, that's your job during this game is to pay attention. If all you had to do is remember to hit one button, I think we can do this, guys.
I'm just gonna copy this here.
Be right back. 1 second. That was David.
Kyle, I think I broke it.
What? Oh, you can't capitalize the D. It's all lowercase.
Man, someone should tell this thing that size matters.
I don't know if there's a way to fix that, but right now I'm not messing with it. We'll wait for David to get back. And then we'll start.
Do I have push to talk? I do have push.
We are going to start with.
Yeet. Alright, it works. Cool.
Favorite color was neon green, right? Sam, you like blue, don't you?
I love blue.
I don't have a blue die. Oh, yes, I do. Hold on. You get one of Carol Ann.
Yeah, give me the druid dice. Go ahead.
All right. There's Sam. He was saying something about pink earlier, I think. And then
What? Yeah, I'm a bitch. What are you gonna do about it?
I didn't say that. And then that'll be Craig. All right. So I got dice here. On my
Hold on.
side.
I'm gonna get this. Okay.
You guys can't see them. All right, let's see. Actually, I'll have you guys roll off. That's fine. Can I clear this chat? Is that possible? Sam, do you know if I can do that? Is there like an option just to clear chat?
Maybe I don't have mod settings, so I'm not sure.
push to talk.
Ah,
Oh, good call.
I cheated. I cheated, but I did it.
I'm not sure that that's gonna work. That's funny though.
Hold
It
on, I can make it better. Hold on. I can actually do better than that.
There you go. There you go. That works. That actually works. So we will just. That actually works. Oh, speaking of which, just so you guys know, I know you guys are using like one monitor. If you're using your monitor for information and stuff like that, obviously, it might not work for you. But those with multiple monitors, you can pop out just the video chat so that you can have a video chat open and the Discord open at the same time, so you don't have to keep popping in and out of it, so you can see everyone.
Yeah, it seems to kind of be working on a single monitor.
Wait, what?
Okay. And then so what? Yeah.
How do I pop?
actually-
How do I pop it out?
Sam, you
Oh,
do this more than
I
do.
see it.
Is there a way for me to clear channel?
I was just looking in. I was just looking in Samster Nation channel, and I couldn't find a way to do it.
No way. There we go. Can I like just drag this off screen? That's beautiful. Oh, what happened? It disappeared.
There's not a way for me to do that. So, but if you guys want to, in the D&D Dungeons and Dragons channel, each of you roll a dice, roll a d20,
Don't forget that's non-caps.
non-cap. Yep, all lowercase right now. I'll see if I can fix it later.
Got a 19.
I got a 17.
What are you rolling on?
I'm rolling digitally.
Yeah, so are all of us in chat, so we can see each other's.
Oh shit. Here, hold on. God damn it. We're making it all fucking ridiculous here. Where did you do that?
Just in Discord.
What do you mean in Discord?
So go to
In
the
Discord
Dungeons
for
and
you guys, you hit
Dungeons and
exclamation point, roll D20.
Oh,
all
got it.
lowercase,
Oh,
and
okay,
it rolls.
okay. I haven't been paying attention at all because I've been
noticed.
trying to figure this out.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that a space D20?
That's cool.
No caps.
Oh,
All lowercase.
oh, damn, Jesus Christ!
Kyle, you can also change the number at front too.
Yep,
Right.
and you can also do plus modifiers and stuff like that if you want to, but for now we're just going to use it pretty easily, like pretty basic.
Okay.
So it looks like Arnold the Mountain is going to go first.
Yeah.
So Arnold, go ahead and give us a little taste of you.
Oh, I'm just describing me.
You're not push to talking.
Okay. I don't like this already. So I'm describing myself, huh?
Yep. Something that might help you guys too is that you can put a thing on so that when you push the push to talk button, it turns the mute on and off instead of having to hold the button down.
Oh,
entire
that's
time.
just what I'm.
And that way, when it's your turn to talk, you can press the button, and then when you're done talking, you press it.
Figured it out.
You guys see
I
me
figured it
still?
out.
Okay. All right, Sam. Or,
I sent you what I look like, right?
I don't know. Did you? I think so.
I can't find it. So
I will throw it in chat.
yes, Arnold of the Mountain. I'm a blacksmith by trade.
No.
Left my family's home. Don't have much for me back there. I'm looking to make some weapons and armor for
there's something wrong.
for this tournament we got going on. Repair things, not necessarily take part, but just fix all the stuff.
All right, and then we will have. We are going to zoom in to a mountain in Arendale. where the Stillborn Keep is. This this is there's a cave entrance. They have a river running through the mountain. Very small dwarven town. Everyone knows everyone style. Very kept. There is no exterior light coming in. It is fully enclosed in a cave with a river running through the city. We will zoom in on Arnold's blacksmithing shop, where his father before him had worked for years. I mean, decades, millennia, a long time.
Damn near 2 century.
2 century. And we're going to zoom in there where Arnold is currently, working. So, Arnold, so like, what are you thinking right now? I mean, you're getting close to close up. Your small dwarven armory filled front to back with scrap pieces of metal, two blacksmithing forges, a bunch of anvils, tables galore scattered with papers and stencils and all that. And you're just hammering away, getting towards the end of the day. What are you thinking about?
Just looking to get to the end of the day, man. Been a long one. Working morning until night, just hot furnaces going, or like shaping metal, getting orders out. The town's not big, but I'm one of the only blacksmith shops in the area, and it's just a lot of work for a peaceful time. It seems like not it's. I'm wondering if it's also my calling. Like, do I want to continue to do this? I don't want to be in the same area. It's I was out in the world a handful of years ago, and I want to get back to it. I miss it. I miss being out there, seeing new things.
So as Arnold's sitting there just hammering away, he's just imagining his life away from Stillborn Keep. He remembers times of being in this very shop, his father used to be in, crowds used to come, his father being relatively famous for blacksmithing. All of a sudden, a pale, relatively big guy runs in, covered in armor, religious tokens, and he runs up to you and he says, "There's something going on with your mom. We need you to come back to your house."
Do I got time to close up?
No, we need you to come right now. There's not much time.
All right. I throw down my hammer and my my sword. I throw off my apron and I follow this. Do I know this person?
Yeah, you would recognize him as Tobias.
Okay.
The local cleric.
Sure.
Cleric.
Okay. So yeah, take my stuff off and hurriedly follow him.
So you guys start running across town, making your way through across the stone bridge, past the tavern where you see it's lit up and actively being used. A bunch of dwarfs in there, getting really drunk, making memories they probably won't remember. And you're sliding through just as fast as you can get home, and you burst through the front door, and your mom's laying there on the kitchen floor. What do you do?
Well, I obviously run over and
Push to talk, Sam.
run over and see what's going on. Is she conscious? Is she breathing?
She's breathing. She's coughing, and it kind of comes out sounding ashy. She's as you're running up. She can't move.
Is this kind of related to the disease that like my dad had? Like, would I recognize that she's sick from this?
Yeah. Tobias, the clerk that's standing next to you, or the cleric that's standing next to you, he states to you that it's coming to an end. She's gotten pretty bad with the.
What else can we do? Can't you heal her?
There's no healing. There's no healing to be done. Unfortunately, the plagued gold that has to be destroyed, and there's no cure for
So
Tobias.
so you're telling me that this is how long does she have?
It's time to say your goodbyes.
Mom, I don't even know what I'd say. I don't leave me. Kind of go into it. Like you can't leave yet.
Your mom coughing. Your father and I wanted nothing more than for you to live the life you've always wanted. Thank you for these last few years being here for me. But now it is time for you to move on and create your own story. Remember, the path we paved for you does not have to be the one that you follow. And she physically, you're holding her at this point, and her body starts to crumble to ash in your arm, leaving behind it her robe and her pendant.
Just. I mean, I guess I just sit there for a minute. Looking at what was left of
going down your face.
yeah, what was left of my mom, and I hold her pendant in my hand, and I look at the cleric, I look at Tobias, and I ask him, I was like, "Can you take care of this for me?" Like, kind of referring to like my mom's remains, like making sure that she gets into the afterlife.
Tobias looks at you and he says, "Before I came and got you, your mom had stated she would like her remains to be put into this cast iron metal urn." And he hands you this urn. And he said, "It's very common for dwarven people to do that when being killed by stone. So he hands it over to you."
Okay. And I guess I do my best to clean up the ashes and put it in the urn. I am. Would I have grabbed my just like my regular pack, like leaving the smith shop?
Yeah, you could say that you grabbed your backpack, like you're just, hey, this is
Okay.
what's hanging up on the wall, and you grabbed it on your way out. You could say that.
Okay, so I kind of tuck it away in there. I put her necklace on, and I've already kind of felt alienated here, just from like the town itself, and I'm gonna somberly kind of walk back to the blacksmith shop because I need to close it. Lock it up. We just left, and then I'm gonna leave town.
Okay. As you're tying up loose ends at the house, and grabbing some stuff. You've lived here for decades. You're walking around your house, thinking of memories and stuff like that. You do hear a knock at the door before you leave.
I just call out, who is it?
They knock louder. Bang, bang, bang. Knock on.
All right, I'm coming. I'm coming. I open the door. I'm like, this really isn't a good time.
You see as you look out the door. Again, there's no natural sunlight coming into your area. It's well lit by fires and lanterns. You see coming off the light from the lantern that that you're getting a glint of his hair color being white. He turns to you. You see his bright blue eyes, and you immediately recognize the teacher. He says to you. He says, "Long time no see, bud."
Well, dang, dude, this is. I mean, it's good to see you, but this isn't much of a great time.
Okay. Well, let's. I mean, I was just in the town. I was just in town for a short amount of time, and I was thinking we could just, catch up. Are you headed somewhere? It looks like you got a backpack on.
Yeah,
I could just walk along with you.
I close the door and I'm like, walk with me, and we start making our way through the town, towards the blacksmith shop.
T-Tree, you guys are walking, and T-Tree is just covering some stuff that happened in his life. He states, last time you saw him, shortly after that, he went home. His house had been burned to the ground with his family in it, so he's been roaming for a couple years now, and he really hasn't found a place to be yet either, and can almost tell that you're kind of in the same boat now. He's able to relate to you on that. And you guys are just walking back by. He asks, "Well, do you want to close up shop and grab a drink at the tavern afterwards?"
You caught me on the the tail end of closing. Let's we can grab a drink, and I'll be honest with you, man. It's really good to see you, but I'm on my way out of town, and you're looking for someone to travel with. I might be making my own shop with wherever I land, but I don't know where I'm going.
Well, let me think about it. I'll at least walk with you to your shop.
All right.
So as you guys come up to your shop, you notice that that some of your stuff has been thrown all around. Like, you can visually see it walking through the door.
Mm-hmm.
That there's just stuff scattered across the.
Okay.
So, you two walk up in there, and you notice that everything is scattered, and there is a small note on your anvil. And you also notice that that it looks like they were looking.
Okay. Can I notice if anything's visibly missing, like anything I would notice that's gone?
Yeah, go ahead and roll investigate, or I would say it was investigate.
And then investigation. So that's gonna be a strong 7.
Do you have -2 to it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you know what? you visibly notice some ornaments off the wall are gone.
Okay.
As you're investigating, these are things that your dad has made in the past, and they're just gone.
Okay.
There was a shield and a set of 2 swords that were stolen.
Okay. So there's not a lot of things that I would notice being gone, but those things are pretty noticeable.
Yeah, those are like, you walked in and were like, "What the fuck?" There goes. These were family.
Okay, so I walk behind my counter and like go to grab like my battle axe, And as I'm doing that, I ask, can't remember the guy's name.
Tea tree.
Tea Tree, yeah, to Tea Tree to grab the note and if he'll read it.
Okay. So Tea tree grabs the note, and it just says, "Wherever you're hiding it, we're coming to find it." That's all it says. No signature, no nothing. Just just alerting you that someone's actively looking for something.
Okay. I take the note from him. I was like, "Well, man, looks like I'm gonna have to cut that drink short and get a rain check."
As you're talking, Tobias runs in, the cleric that you were speaking with previously, and he said, "This just came for you at the."
Okay, I take it from him.
And you notice it's a piece of paper that says, on the front it says your name, and it's kind of funny because it actually said someone else's name, and they scribbled it off, and you can't quite make it out, but it has your name on it now.
Okay.
So when you open it up, it's an invitation. It states, "You've cordially been invited to the Tournament of Mortal Men as a fill-in blacksmith. Poor Silverbeard lost his arm to a basket, so he's no longer our honorary blacksmith. And your name comes highly recommended by Raynor Stormrun, sorry, the mayor of your town. Please make your way to the Temple of Talius ASAP so you can set up your work area. Your seat is B7 in between fights, and the ticket for the seat will be waiting at will call."
Would I have known the blacksmith that was at the tournament? Like, do I recognize the name?
I mean, yeah, I would say that like your dad is a well enough known blacksmith that other blacksmiths came around. It would be an inkling, if anything. You wouldn't know him like, oh yeah, his brother's sister's my cousin or whatever. But
Yeah.
it would be just like an inkling. You'd be like, I think I've heard that name before.
If I remember right, he was a better blacksmith than he was a scholar. Makes sense that he lost his arm. And I just pocket it and I start walking out, and I kind of gesture to Tea Tree to follow me.
Okay. So you and Tea Tree, like he said, he's just roaming, so he's down to come on this little adventure with you. So you two leave town, and making your way for the Temple of Talius. That obviously, like I said, this is a renowned place, so you guys know where you're at.
Right.
All right. So moving on to who got the next? Jeez, you got a nat 1. David, I didn't even realize that you rolled a nat 1. So David doesn't have a backstory at all. No, just kidding. So it looks like it is your turn, Isa Northherder. Craig.
I'm sorry. Can you
You're
repeat
good.
the question?
I said
Nope.
it is your turn.
Okay, my wife has been really intrigued by this whole process. I've been trying to give her, and she's just totally nerded out right now. Go ahead, brother.
Actually, we're just gonna start with you. We're gonna have you just give a little backstory on your guy.
Yeah, so my gentleman is a young dragonborn paladin, about 16 to 17. Um, he he was born into a family that his mother actually died at a very young age, died in a fire at the age of 2. Doesn't really remember her. But then his 5 older brothers and his father actually ended up raising him. Kind of gave him that tough edge until he was 10, when actually a disease overtook his family, including him. He got the disease as well, but all of his brothers, including his father, passed away. And it was at that time that the church kind of took him in, and it was there that he kind of learned who he was as a man. And at that time, he was kind of lost as an individual. Um, he ended up coming across an individual named Carmen who also had kind of some of the similar fates in life. He had also lost his family. He was a little bit older than Isa, uh, but he was influential and he was able to share some things with him, teach him some things, showed him some things with medicine, some herbal remedies. But it was also at this time that he actually um, gained an addiction. Um, it was to the what? Oh shit, hush leaf. So, amongst all these things that he was learning from Carmen, he actually picked up an addiction. They both had kind of holes in their lives that they were looking to fill. And for Isa, this was a way to do that. And it got to the point where it was something that he couldn't resist. And it ultimately became his flaw. Um, but as he began to work through some of those things, um, once the church had kind of found out about what he was doing with Carmen, they kind of cut off all communication from him and basically kind of secured him at the church. And it was there that he really began to learn, some of the ways the church, um, we call it the Church of the Sun, where we worship the sun and we pray to Joe Pesci because he's a guy who can get shit done. I kind of stole that from George Carlin. But
Good old George Pesci.
yeah, right. So, so it was actually around 14 to 15 that a paladin came through the church. And that's kind of where my path to being a paladin started. Um, he really kind of took me under his wing. And it was really about that time that I took the oath and then, kind of starting on this adventure now as a young adult, gaining purpose. That's kind of what this paladin has provided for me is a sense of purpose as we move into our adventure here.
So we're gonna we're gonna cut back just a little bit, and we're gonna look at you in the Church of the Sun, or the
That's good
and
enough. Yeah.
yeah, and Ryan Brightheart giving
Yeah.
you the oaths that you're swearing to become a paladin.
Okay.
So, so Brightheart looks at you with his sword on your shoulder, and you look up to him. He's actually a very big man. He's like 6 foot, 6.5 feet tall. Um, he is just human, so he is not of dragonborn, uh, race. His armor is very bright, even though you can tell he's been in battle with it. It's very shiny. He takes well care of it. Um, he does have a helmet, but most of the time you see him wearing or holding it, not wearing. Um, and he has long blonde hair. He looks at you and he says, "The oath of the sun is something that you will always follow, no matter what situation you're in and no matter where you're at." And he reads off, "These are the tenets of our oath: honesty, courage, compassion, honor, and duty. You will never lie or cheat. You, you're never fearful to act, though caution is wise. Aid others, protect the weak, and punish those who threaten. Treat others with fairness, and let your honorable deeds be an example to them. Be responsible for your actions and their consequences." Do you accept, young paladin?
I do. I pledge to you and to the Church of the Sun to uphold these commitments at
So,
every cost.
so he pulls a sword off your shoulder and begs you to stand up. Beckons for you to stand up. And he said, "Good. Let's go get you a celebratory drink."
Aye, sir.
So he takes you to a small local pub.
Are there women here?
There are women here. Actually, roll me an insight check. For a, congrats, Isa. Nice. Roll me an investigate. I believe would be what it is.
Perception?
Perception. Yeah, perception. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Is that 10? Is that what I
And
I
then you
rolled?
have an add-on. I believe you.
Yep, I'm bringing that up right now. You said insight?
No, perception
Oh, perception. Ooh, +1.
+1. So you got an 11.
Mm-hmm.
So you do look around. It's kind of busy in there. You can't really make out like anyone as they move by you. But you do notice there's one female sitting in a booth in the corner.
Heck yeah.
So all right. So Rain, kind of pulls you along as you're daydreaming, walking through the pub. And he pulls you up to the bar where he stands, and grabs you a seat. And you guys grab a beer. As you're standing in the pub drinking, chattering about, how excited you are to be part of Paladin, he looks at you and he says, "While it is exciting, remember that it is one of the biggest honors and also one of the biggest curses to be a part of the Paladin's oath. You have to follow it to a T. And you've heard this before. He's came in with his Paladin's buddies, and you've actually heard them in the past talk about how some have been banished and labeled as an oath breaker for not following their text. While you guys are talking, though, a guy runs in from the church and states that a raven just delivered this, guys, for Rain. Rain opens it up, and it's an invitation for him to come to the Tournament of Mortal Men as a religious figure, just as someone to pass on his religion. They're really looking for people to fill tables. They got a lot of empty space in this tournament arena, and they need someone there just pushing some, biblical stuff. So, he looks at you and he says, "Well, it's not really much for you to do here as a paladin. Why don't you come with me?"
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking A, man. I'm like Luke Skywalker up around here. I got my family's dead. I got no purpose around here. This has given me that sense of purpose. I'm ready to take that next step.
Who the fuck is Luke Skywalker?
It's a dream I had once. I don't really want to talk about it, but if we hang out around enough, I'm sure I'll share the story with you. Just bear with me.
All right, so he tells you to head back. Head back to the to the church, grab all your stuff that you can carry, and we'll head out first thing in the morning. So he grabs a room at the tavern, and you're heading back home to your. I don't even know where they keep you in that church. It's your call.
With that girl in the corner, correct?
There is that girl in the corner.
She's with me, right?
She is what?
She's with me currently as I'm going home.
No, you didn't
Oh,
do anything in order to acknowledge her existence, much less.
fuck. Shit. All right, move along.
So,
Just really vivid dreams, man.
so you head back and pack your bags, okay? You get a full night's rest, and Rain comes in, crack ass at dawn. He wakes up before the church wake and grabs you out of bed and starts you. All right. So next person was Zerg, and we're gonna just keep moving through these. So Zerg, you got your mic muted?
I'm here.
There you go. All right. So Zerg, go ahead and give us a little information about you.
I gotta figure out it. I should have done that.
You're good.
All right, so a little bit about Zerg. Let's see here. Um, I'm a kobold. I'm like, 2 foot, 2 foot, maybe 3 foot. Not very big. Uh, I am a bit coarse. uh, Also impulsive and fierce. For a kobold, it's kind of out of the genre a little bit, but it is what it is. But there's kind of more to someone with a pretty crazy past. I was born in a poor family, in your normal, typical kobold village. It was called Tinker's Grave. Pretty much lived without a worry until it was about 7, I want to say, and that's when life took a turn for the worst. Um, it was a pretty hot day, um, which is kind of different in the Underdark. At least where we're from, we kind of like it somewhat warm, but not like super hot. Well, long story short, I guess as a lava geyser exploded in our the back corridor, and that's where the poor pretty much lived. So that included me and my family, my mother and father. They were swept away in the lava geyser. I was able to pretty much get out. I was out rummaging the streets like usual and wasn't home at the time. After that, I kind of just kept to myself until I met back up with a childhood friend. His name was Gring Bitterchin. He was a really good buddy. He pretty much taught me how to survive on my own. Um, we lived on the streets together. He was unfortunately part of a gang, so that kind of led to choices for me, and I got initiated into this gang. Um, let's see. We were small men in this gang. We weren't very much. We were kind of just like peasants, peons, the grunts to do the dirty work. Um, Besides that, Gring did get a job not too long ago, actually, and it was able to bump him up in tier. Uh, so I was hoping, since we got in at the same time, maybe eventually a job would come for me to bump up my grade. But then again, I was kind of hoping it really wouldn't, because I didn't really care for the gang life, so to say. It was just more of a means to survive and eat,
And
instead of eat out of the trash.
Corey, sorry. Zerg, um, what explain life in the gang a little bit. Like, what did you guys do?
Uh, it was it was kind of rough. we were kind of like little miniature. I guess not miniature. We were hitmen. We would do dirty jobs. Somebody owed somebody money. We would go and pretty much. Gring was always the smooth talker, and then I kind of was unfortunately the I didn't talk much. I just used my fists. You needed something, I'd break your arm. Every time you tell us no, I'd break something else. Just got to get the money. Um, Tuesdays were my favorite. Tuesdays were the shit. Tuesdays are gnome hunts. We go on nightly gnome hunts. We live close to a little corridor type channel passage that we go out in at nighttime, and we're close to a merchant village. Well, we hate gnomes. Gnomes are fucking dirt trash. Like I see a gnome, like I'll probably drop what I'm doing. Like that could be the best food in the world, and I'm gonna drop it and probably go do something bad to this gnome. May not be kill him or anything, but anyways, the gnome hunts. We just sneak out and attack merchant gnomes. Only gnomes though. We would do other merchants, but like our war party kind of only did gnomes. We were specific. uh,
So,
go ahead.
Grim, Gring walks up to you and tells you he needs to see you back at the hideout.
All right, all right.
So you guys walk over. You guys walk over to. You're in this cave system that you guys have built for yourselves after the big fire. It's not very far away. You guys weren't very smart about the relocation, but it is right near the mouth of the cave. I mean, you guys are very close to the entrance of the cave. It's very much everything is carved from the stone of the mountain. You guys didn't pave roads or anything. You just have like tiers of this moving along throughout the cave system, and huts, very makeshift wooden huts, um, all around you. And you and him take a right between two huts, and there's a rag over a small cutout in the side of the mountain. And you guys walk through there, and you get stopped by a guy. He goes, what brings you? And Grin goes, well, it's me. Don't you know what I'm here for? The guy looks at him and he goes, Gring, weren't you just here? And he's like, well, I had to go get my other guy back. We got a meeting with the big guy. So the guy lets you through after making fun of Gring for a minute. You can tell that while he is now in the gang, so to say, he's still kind of low on the totem pole. And he takes you back, and you guys. He's looking around for a minute, and you guys notice a bunch of other Cobalt thugs just like hanging out, and he takes you into a room where the leader is supposed to be, but he's not there. So Grin tells you to wait here. So Grin goes off for a few minutes, comes back, and looks at you and he goes, well, boss isn't here, but I got a job. I was told earlier today, we have a drow encampment just a little farther into the mountain, and we need to go check it out. Could be a bunch of riches for us, could really put us onto the next level, and specifically get you into the Crooked Hood.
I mean, do you really think it's worth it? Like we don't normally do drow unless we know it's multiple, but I
We
mean, if you think it's worth it and it'll get us in, then
we got a small gang of these guys coming with us. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna look around. We're gonna take whatever we can see, and we don't ask questions. We're just part of them, right? So are you coming or not?
Yep, might as well. I mean, it's either that or I'm gonna get stuck doing something bad or be the guy getting bones broken. So let's do it.
All right. So you see Grin Pack has a bag packed already, and he has one for you too. He packed up your place while you were out, and tosses you your bag, and you guys and a small group of kobolds head farther into the um, cave system. As you're walking along, you notice that it goes from like a real rough cave entrance to very pristine brick made from rock. Um, it's about middle of the day. Like you guys normally do stuff at night because of the sun, but they called this mission because drow usually are nocturnal due to sun sensitivity as well. So they were like, we're gonna take them now. They should be sleeping. So as the walls turn to this pristine brick, you guys notice a big gate in a large opening cave. It has a tower on top, and it doesn't look like you guys would be able to scale it. Gringe looks at you and goes, "What do we do? We got to get inside."
We can look for another passage, or how thick did you say the bars were, or the gap between the bars?
Well, right now there's a big wooden door, and a large, like almost like castle door in front of you. If you'd like, you can roll a perception check and see if you can't see something, like a way for you guys to get in.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't look to see if I can't find a way in there, and at least from the side, we don't want to definitely go in through the front door.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and roll perception for me. Yeah, it's a fucking stone wall, dude. It is a very nice stone wall. You're actually a little mesmerized by how well put together it is, since you guys live in such shambles, that you're just kind of sitting there with your tongue hanging out your mouth, drooling.
Sad thing is it's -1 too, so it's 1.
Um,
Front door it is, brother. Let's go.
Grins looks at you with the drool coming out your mouth as you're staring at this building, and he goes, "Don't worry, I found a way in." And he signals you guys to the far right side. There's a small tunnel leading to the right. It looks like it's just big enough for you guys on all fours to get through. So it looks like maybe a small critter or something had made this hole. So he leads the pack, you following shortly behind, and all the other kobolds move in. As you make it through this little tunnel, it brings you out between two huts. These huts are nicer than yours. They're made of stone. They're very smooth too. You notice that like a lot of your brickwork and stuff, what you guys have done in the past is very rough, coarse stone. This is all very smooth stone, rounded edges. As you guys break out, you do see a large rotunda on the other side of this market that's going on in the middle. The market is shut down. There's no one walking around active right now. Middle of the day, everyone's asleep, and so you guys notice that there's a large rotunda, and Grinch looks at you and goes, "I bet you that's where they keep all their good stuff. I think we should go there."
That's probably the worst idea, but the best idea. I think I might have to be down with this.
You do notice coming from the top of this area is a large circle cut out of the mountain. They do have some sunlight coming in to the area through this, but they also have
Hurts me eyes a little bit.
they also are able to see the sky. So when it is dark, they're able to know that. So there is some sun going on, and so Grinch pushes to the Capitol building, kind of fast. He's not even being very stealthy. If you'd like to follow, you can. How would you follow?
If I'm gonna follow, like, he thinks he's got the lead of most of the other kobolds, so they're gonna like probably rush in behind him. I'm gonna assume so. I'm gonna use a little bit of my gnome hunt tactics, and I'm gonna kind of just like slink off to the side a little bit, like be stealthier, not as just ignorant and just straight shooting. I'm gonna be a little bit aggressive, but
Okay. Would you say you're following 10 feet, 20 feet behind them?
I'm gonna say about 30 foot behind him, and then a little bit on an angle if I can. I don't want to be attracted right with them, if anything.
Okay. Will you roll me a stealth check? So yeah, you probably have a bonus to that.
+4, so
Plus 4. So at 22.
22.
So you go pretty much unseen. And with how far back you are, Gringe is heading straight in, and he's kind of looking back, keeping count of everyone. But he doesn't even notice. You're kind of just outside the market, but kind of hanging next to it. The market's about 30 feet away from the start of this. And so you're just kind of hanging out by the edge of this market, out of the sunlight.
Yeah, I want to be ready in case shit goes bad, because I read a few scrolls back in the day that drow are nasty, so no.
Okay.
I didn't
So-
want to tell Gring this, but I was totally thinking to myself, this might be suicide.
So the group of Cobalt ahead of you run into this and immediately alert the guard standing inside the little rotunda. He turns around and sees them running in and hollers down the hallway for other people, and then he sounds an alarm, which sounds like bells clanking against metal wall or against stone walls. So go ahead and roll initiative. Oop.
18.
All right. So you notice that it looks like Grinch is a little scared. Like at that distance, you notice he's a little scared, and you also see that there is 2 drow, just standard drow cloth armor, leather armor. I'm sorry, standing right near the entrance. And then there is also a robed drow in the back. Let's see. So the Drow Mage looks right at the group of kobolds. And he says, "You little rats! You think you can just come in here and take our stuff like we would be unfortified, unprotected?" And he is going to move towards you. Actually, he's gonna pretty much walk outside of this door because they're standing in the middle of this entryway. They're not quite like blocking the door. So the group of drow is actually going to walk around the edge of you guys and off into the center a little bit. You're still unseen it, so let's. And I apologize because I should have had this pulled up already. He looks at one of the smaller ones, smaller kobolds of the group, and he lifts his hand, and you just see a blue beam come off of it. Let's see. And as he's doing that, the sun shifts just a little bit, and you see him like cover his face, and nothing happens. One of the guards next to him is going to run up to the group of kobolds and make an attack on Gringe. And you do see him slash Gringe in the arm, and you hear Gringe call out, attack at this point. So the small group of kobolds do just kind of jump on this one guy, and he shakes him off pretty well. What would you like to do?
Then I'm still like 30, 40 yards away.
You're 30 or 40 yards away, and
One mage, two guards.
Correct, but the alarm's still going off.
Right. So there's potentially more coming within these next split seconds of my decision.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only about 20, 30 foot away from the door that we came in, or the hole that we came in. Do I see any pebbles by my feet? Like rocks? Like
make a
something?
make a perception check for me. Oop, no space. Yeah, so the floor of this place is swept pretty clean. You really don't see much for like rocks on the ground. And all the market's been shut down, so all of the goods and stuff have been taken from it. So you really don't have anything that is loosely able for you to grab.
Well, they still haven't noticed me. Gring is a good buddy, kind of brought me into the gang and helped me take care of me. Yeah, I pretty much know he's not going to survive at this point because robes down here mean danger. We all know this. He should have known this. We did talk a little before. I don't want to just leave him, but I do. So I'm going to. I guess I'm just gonna leave him. I want to help him, but there's no way. He's got a robe.
Okay. So
We're
you're
not
thinking about.
super smart, but like we know simple details, like robe bad.
So you think you're just gonna take off towards the cave entry, or
Yeah,
towards where you guys came in?
yeah. I can't die if I just run away from him.
Okay. So roll me a stealth check to see if you make it to the cave entrance without being noticed. Yeah, so you go tumbling through this market, knocking over everything on your way out,
To
and
be fair, it was a 9, so I had a +4 to it. So it's still,
you're still gonna be
yeah.
hitting things on your way out, and
I'm
the
scared, bro. Dude, this shit's not. It was suicide from the get go. I tried telling this dummy. So I guess if I die too, I die, but maybe it'll save them a little bit longer.
and
Yeet.
then yeet. So the mage does catch you on your way running, does see you running away, um, and he looks at you, uh, and says, calls out to you, and he says, "Don't worry, we'll be coming for the rest of you after." You see, he turns over to the group of kobolds where his own drow guy is kind of getting his ass kicked a little bit at this point, but and uh, he puts his hand out again, and this time a large yellow sphere of fog surrounds all of them, and you just hear all these little kobold and the mage starts walking towards you.
Zoink, Scoob, let's run.
All right, so the mage obviously can't fit in this little thing, so he's got to open the gate and everything. What I would say is at this point you've probably made it out. Give me a agility, or is it an athletics or
Probably athletics or acrobatics.
acrobatics check? That was the one, not agility. Acrobatics.
So that
Fuck.
is a 10.
A 10. Okay. So I'm gonna say that you like you're at a full sprint here. You've dashed into this cave, slid. Uh, you're gonna take 4 points of damage for sliding into the wall of the cave. Like you just like full fledged are running through, and you're like dived on your stomach to get into this little thing because you see all of them dying behind you.
I am
Um,
not the smartest either. So
And you're going to take 4 points of damage, but you do successfully make it through the little tunnel and in back through the cave system. What's on your mind? What are you thinking about doing? Obviously, you're outside of combat. These people, they're to come get you specifically. They're going to have to open the gate and round up some men. So you have a little bit of time, but probably not a.
well, Gring is stupid, but he normally packs smart. So I assume in my bag I got enough in my bag to last me a few days if I need. He's always prepared for a battle. Um, I did say before that this gang life isn't for me. Well, with that party dead, they're not gonna come looking for our bodies. The drow are just gonna burn our bodies. Um, I'm probably just gonna skip town because they also said that they're gonna come for the rest of us. Uh, my father did always say as I was growing up that there's that kobolds we always just deal with what we have in the present, like we don't strive for more. So he always believed that we were meant for more. So I might attempt to go bear it in the wild of the up top world.
Just a side note, your kitten behind you is adorable.
Oh, the little guy.
Yeah, it was just
The
trying.
little one.
It
or
was just
the
trying to
gray
jump
one?
on like the drawers back there and failing miserably.
Okay, yeah. If you there is one that's a big one, and then there is a little one.
Yeah, it's the
She's-
little
she's trying to
black
get-
one.
Yeah, she's trying to get the big one.
Yeah.
So you take off towards the city area, kind of, sort of. Are you gonna head straight out of the cave entrance into the
No,
woods?
I'm not gonna go straight right out of the main cave. For when we do the gnome hunts on Tuesdays, the reason I was always so good at it is I found all these hidey holes eventually, like when I was old enough and big enough to just and brave enough to go out on my own and just explore. So I'm gonna go take this like little corner cave, like right before the main cave that bigger people can't follow. It's like about as big as the one I just went through. It opens up to a little cavern on the inside. I kind of got a little side hut hideout there. Grab a couple of my things and head towards the merchant village because we don't
At
we
nighttime.
don't go there. Yeah, we don't go there often, so nobody will look for me there.
Okay. Yeah. So you successfully get there. You noticed that it seems like no one's been through your area for sure. And you head out towards the merchant town at first dark at the first sign of dark.
I make sure I do take the just for a side note for you, the little leather knapsack like bag thing for my buddy.
No idea what you mean by that. My bad. You can message me on Facebook. And so you start heading towards town, and you get to this little merchant village. It really, when we say merchant village, it really is just probably 5 or 6 small canvas tents surrounding a U-turn, in the road. There's a circle in the road, and these tents are kind of surrounding it. They do have one big long tent that you guys have never really been into.
It's like a
but
flea market.
yeah, it's kind of like a flea market. Very, very much so, like a flea market. So, there's one really big long tent that you've never been into, but you can notice that it is severely lit up right now and actively making noise. You can hear a ton of clatter of glass and wood and all that.
So that's I'm assuming where a lot of people are. How close am I to this long tent?
I'd say from where you came in, you'd probably be about 30 or 40 feet away from it.
And then how about surrounding like my surroundings? How close am I to the little merchant tables, so to say?
You're standing between 2 of them. So you got 2 right next to you, and then you have another 2 about 20 feet to your right, and another 2 across the road about 50 feet away.
Is there any people occupying these tables?
You can roll a perception check if you'd like, or an investigate check if you want to go in and look. He's like, I don't want to fucking roll. Which one are you rolling for? Are you gonna walk into one of the tents and kind of take a look around, or are you just gonna actively see if you can hear someone like snoring or anything like that?
I'm pretty much actively looking to see if there's any unguarded merchant tables that I can. I definitely need something to cover my head, so I want to snag like a cloak or something if it's close by, especially at a quiet table. If there's anyone snoring and sleeping, I'll steal it from under their table. I'll try
So-
whatever.
So the merchant tables have all been cleaned up. You're really looking around, and you're noticing that these tents are occupied by people physically inside a tent. And so you notice that, but you also notice from across the way that there is a small creature from this far away. You can't quite make it out. What up, Nolly? You can't quite make out exactly what it is, but to you it looks like a gnome. Like if you had to guess, it looks like a gnome.
Awake or sleep, we're stealing his shit. Let's go.
Okay, he's walking into the big tent.
He's
So-
walking into the big tent.
Mhm.
So he's leaving his tent unguarded.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's go steal his shit.
So you make your way across the little open circle, and you hear he's got a tent, and then there's a tent right next to him, and you hear snoring coming from the tent next to the tent he just left. Do you want to roll to be stealthy, or are you just trying to grab shit and go?
I'm just gonna grab shit and go. At this point, I'm already just shitting and getting, so
Okay.
I don't want to spend time here as much as possible. I just want to get this stuff and get out of here.
Okay. As you walk into the entrance of this tent, you see a very small bed, a nightstand next to it with a small lantern going.
It smells like shit in here, by the way. I don't need to roll for that,
Okay.
especially if the
it
gnome.
smells like gnome in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
You do see a table off to the right side with another small lantern just burning, with something interesting sitting on the corner of the table. You would recognize it as something the gnomes wear when welding, or when you've stolen it from them in the past, but you guys used it to make blockers for your houses. So that if any sunlight or residual sunlight makes it into the cave, that you guys aren't touched by it.
Oh, the light dampeners.
Okay. And then next to that, there's a piece of paper sitting on the desk.
Is there an old ratty gnome cloak anywhere though? Like, I do really want one of them. Like that was the.
Unfortunately, he does not have a cloak in his room, so you'd have to look for a cloak somewhere else.
Well, I'm gonna walk up to the glasses. I don't know much about these things. I know that shitty gnomes use them and make them.
Okay.
Do they look big, or do they look? Did this gnome have a big ass head, or does?
You notice that you try to put them on, and you notice that they're too big for your head, but that you might be able to make them the right size.
Well, I'll grumble a little bit and curse at the stupid gnome for having a right size head, and I'm gonna put it in my bag, I guess. These might come in handy. I'm not living in a cave no more.
So you do see, you grab those, and as you're turning to walk out of the tent, like I said, you saw that note sitting on the desk.
Oh, I am fond of reading actual parchments too. I forgot to mention that earlier. My father brought that to me. We'd always steal when they stole parchments, we'd read them, and he taught me how to read that way. So definitely look at that, see if I can read it and
Okay.
what's the word? Decipher. There we go.
Okay. Do you want to do that in the middle of his tent? He could come back at any minute.
I'm gonna try reading the first couple words as I'm walking out.
Okay. You notice it says you've been invited to the tournament, and that's as far as you get on a brief look at it.
stuff it in my pouch too, and then probably find somewhere to sleep for the rest of the, or find somewhere to sleep and safe.
So you start making your way down the trail, and as you're walking down the trail, you notice a little cutout in a tree. It's a relatively big tree, so you might be able to make it work.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can keep going.
I mean, I will Winnie the Pooh or Piglet this thing.
Because you're right now from your cave, you're probably like a mile or two from the town. You're a couple hundred feet. You're 300-400 feet away. Do you want to go farther?
Yeah, let's go a little bit further, just because kobolds patrol, and if they don't all get killed, they will definitely smell me. So
Okay. And the kobolds patrol, you said? That's
all right. Well, I guess it's not really a patrol. Like our clan has hunting parties on Tuesdays. Like, you know, we have set schedules, so we're not fighting amongst ourselves.
okay. As you start making your way down the trail, you hear some feet clattering against the stones of the trail, and they're heading in your direction back towards town. So they're coming from away from town, heading towards town.
So he's going into town as I'm heading out.
Correct, and they're walking directly towards you. You can see them, but they haven't noticed you yet.
I'm gonna try just walking. Like I'm gonna wait. Is it daylight or? No, it's still dark, right?
It's middle of the night.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
You notice one of them is wearing a hood.
Oh shit. Really want a hood. I mean, at this point, I haven't really seen anyone, so I guess if worse comes to worse, I'm just gonna run like hell if they talk mean to me. So I'm gonna bite the bullet on this one. Meet my first people.
Okay, so you're
Just
gonna
continue walking.
right by this guy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna start the conversation. If anything, I'm just gonna walk, nod my head, and try to be kosher. Like I don't know how to do this yet. This is all new to me.
What is? There you
I just picture him walking him by and being like, Captain? Just super awkward.
So it's dark and he's not carrying a lantern. So you, as you walk by him, by the time he sees you, you almost scare him. He like jumps back, and trips a little bit, but continues to walk. He wasn't sure what it was, but he didn't think you were trying to do any harm. You do notice that he just keeps walking straight for that town. He didn't stop, say anything or anything. He just kind of jumped and kept going. So, as you get farther down there, you find a little moss covered cavern where like a rabbit would have stayed, a larger rabbit. So you feel like you could squeeze in there for the night.
Honey badger.
Honey badger. This puts you like 5 miles away from your cave and about a mile or two away from the town.
Yeah, that's probably about safe enough for me. I feel like that's a pretty long trek for my first night. Like I'm still scared. I gotta figure out really what happened to Gring, like what's happening fully. So I think I should probably stop and
Okay.
take a breather.
You noticed in your pack that Grin brought a lantern. He also supplied you with um, a blanket if you need it, and then you have some small tools and stuff like that that you would recognize for robbing people. And you also notice that as you're going through this bag, that it's actually labeled with his. He's makeshiftly sewn his name onto it. in a confusion, you actually pull out a embellished or embossed cloak.
He got his hood and he didn't wear it? That dirty rat bastard. I'm wearing it. I'm putting on his cloak. That was the mission, to get my cloak. And they were gonna let me die. I'm wearing his cloak.
Okay. You turn on the lantern and pull out the note. And as you read the note, you notice that it's titled "You've been invited to the Tournament of Mortal Men," and his name's underneath it, and it says, "Dear Gits Broken Sprocket, you have been invited as a gnome builder to take care of the magical elements we've built around this place. They are of gnome originality, and we need someone to repair them if anything were to happen. You are to show up at the Tournament of Mortal Men 6 days from now, and I forgot your seat. I'm gonna give you I have it. It's right here.
G16.
Is that what I told you?
Yep.
G16. There you go. So it says G16 on it.
Can you give me mine again? I forgot to take a note.
Oh yeah, yours is B7. Sorry, yours says it on your thing, but and then Craig, you don't know yours because Rain's the one who's been invited. You're a side guy. You're not actually the one invited, so you don't know where you're headed or what you're doing.
Right.
Okay. So then he spends the night in this cave.
Here.
Deciding if he wants to head towards this tournament, get away from everything. It's a kind of a far ways. It would take him like 4 days to travel. So it's something you're gonna think on for the night. And we are going to move on to Ignatius Lacroix. And I have to say it like that because you made it a super Cajun French.
Dude, I don't know why that happened. It doesn't have anything to do with my theme.
All right, Ignatius, go ahead and give us your like a rundown of who you are.
Basically, I'm playing the brown-eyed version of myself, a total talking
What?
wob douchebag. Exactly how I like it. I probably think I'm better at talking than I actually am. I'm an avid gambler, so don't tempt me with a good time. I'm not saying it doesn't get me into trouble, but pretty lucky. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go over just a little bit of your backstory, man.
Yeah.
Who were you and where are you now?
Was a small town farmer kid. I had adopted parents. The sad, tragic backstory. I can't even say I had because I never knew my parents, so they don't exactly matter. And we were raised by really a nice farmer, but who wants to be a farmer your whole life when you could live in town and live it up, right? So, unfortunately, I left my brother behind. He's more the steadfast farmhand type, and I'll send him money every once in a while, but I myself prefer a more luxurious lifestyle and probably getting into trouble. Okay, mostly getting into trouble. Who are we kidding? But yeah, love to talk, love to gamble, good at cards. What do you need to know?
You ran with a gang too, didn't you?
Yeah, well, sometimes several gangs. It's just a matter of which one pays better, really.
And
So hopefully we don't have too many friends in
go
contact.
into
But
go into the first two paragraphs. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry.
you're good.
Try to remember where it starts.
Yeah, I just updated my Google Drives and now all my shit's out of order.
There you go. So you're just getting done running a gig with a group of gang members, and they're all laughing and partying. They're just, hey, we're head back. Let's go get our cut, you know. And you're probably the leader of the group in a sense. Like they trust you with the money.
Well, that's kind of the perk of setting up a squad, you know. If you lead the team, you get to pull the strings, and unfortunately, they for them they don't know me that well, so I'm probably off gambling the whole kit and caboodle, try to make a little bit of an extra score for myself.
Okay. So you make your way into a nearby town. You kind of cut off from the group, and you make your way. You're in the same town, but you kind of cut off to a known gambling area that you run around quite often. You're pretty familiar with it, and as you walk into one of the, it's an off building. Doesn't really look like much. And as you walk in, it's an empty room. And you can see there's an old broken table and a counter, and a bookcase in the back. You do notice light coming from behind the book.
Well, that saves me time from having to look for the bookie, but I'll go investigate, you know, just in case anybody's watching, probably try to seat the door properly.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check. For two reasons. One, I want to see if
wrong control V.
one, to see if you're gonna roll low and if it's this app, and two, because I want to see if you close the doors back to where it was. So you probably have a plus on that too.
Oh, dude, you'd be surprised. I'm pretty sure it's a +8.
No,
Oh
is it really?
Jesus!
Dude, expertise, man, it's a bitch.
Okay. So you rolled a 24. So yeah, you put that door back, and actually it's closed more than when you left it. It actually seals. Whereas when you came up to it, wasn't sealed. And you make your way down the staircase, into. You start as you're making your way down the staircase. You start hearing a lot of noise, a lot of talking, and a lot of cheering.
That's good. That's good.
and-
That means lots of bets, lots of money.
And you also hear, as you get down there, you walk in, and one of your favorite games is being played right near the entrance to this. You're probably 2 or 3 tables in. You're in a big long room, and there's just circular table after circular table. And one of your favorite games is being played right nearby. You see that there is a goblinish looking dude sitting at the other end of the table. He does have a pair of glasses on, so you can't really make out his expression, and he is doing a good job of being expressionless. The other couple people at the table are mixed race. No one you recognize. But it
All
seems
the
like he's
better.
winning, right? Seems
I'm
like he's
gonna
winning.
approach the table. I'm gonna kind of like tap on the side and be like, "So, do you mind if I add some money to this pot, or should I find another table?"
Uh, you see the card handler. He looks at you and then looks over at the little goblin dude, and the little goblin dude waves his hand, and he looks back and he goes, "You can sit down if you want. Buy-in's 200."
I'm gonna wave at the goblin guy, and I'm gonna be like, so you're the one in charge today. I'm Ig, and I'm just gonna throw the sack of money down on the table.
Came here to lose it all, did you?
Oh, you have no idea, bud.
Well, let the cards talk.
Fair
So
enough.
you guys sit down, and you're playing a couple hands, and you're losing, and you're playing a couple of your tricks that you know pretty well, and you're still losing. Um, what's going through your head? I mean, you're sitting at this table. This guy's running the show. He's winning. Like every hand's a win.
All right, so if I know that I'm cheating, and I know that I'm still losing, and I know that this is a seedy joint, so that guy's probably also cheating.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like, you can roll like an investigate check. Just stare at him, see if you can't figure out what game he's playing, what
Alright.
trick he's.
I got a few more hands I can lose to this guy to figure out his ploy. I'll go ahead and roll an investigation on him and see what he's up to.
I'm still learning this board, and I can't remember where everything's at. So.
Damn straight, baby.
All right. You roll a 26, and you see this little goblin dude. He's expressionless. Like literally, it doesn't matter what cards are sitting in front of him. He does not care. And as he's playing his cards, you notice it's a pretty loud room, but you're really focusing on this guy, and you notice a small metal contraption coming out of his sleeve and sliding cards into his hand. And then he slides a card back onto it, goes away, and he's pretty slick about it. Like no one's noticed all night, but you noticed during this time.
Takes one to see one. All right, my plan. I'm gonna kind of like after the hand's over, I'm gonna like kind of like shush off the dealer. I'm gonna be like, all right, you and me, guy. I'm tired of losing, and I'm sure you're ready to win it all. Let's make a deal.
Well, I am gonna win it all, but what's your deal?
Let's say that the two of us play one hand where neither of us have any interactions with it. We don't see it, we don't touch it, nothing. You know what? Let's just get some other guys from some other table, come over, play our hands for us, give them like maybe 10% of the pot each, no matter what the outcome is. We still make a shit ton of money, right? Because like that guy's out, that guy's out. It's just basically you and me, anyways. Fuck these other two. Like, you, me, settle this right here, right now. Let's get it over with.
I'll go one farther. I'll let you choose the two people, and I wanna make it a sweeter bet. I'll trade you my soul if you win, but I get yours if you don't. And David, I'm gonna let you role play this out for a second, okay?
All right, so just so everyone knows, I've totally been sold into slavery before. I get how this works. I'm not saying I haven't like escaped, but poof, I got. All right. So this dude wants to like play this straight up, and he's just like going for it. Can I like look for the two drunkest idiots in this place?
Yeah, you can. You can definitely grab. Let's do a perception check. You're specifically looking for people that are stumbling around, maybe one that dropped and broke their cup.
Oh hell yeah.
Hell, even a guy getting carried out by bouncers because he's just intoxicated. So if you wanna roll a perception check.
Yeah, this is where I roll low, just so everyone knows. Not because it's planned, but because that's how stats work. My perception is a +0.
You look around and you're trying to find someone better for you than for him. Just to leg up. He gave you the option, so that's what you're looking for. But you're having a hard time finding anyone that seems way too intoxicated. You do notice a guy at the bar fall off his stool, and the guy next to him laughed so hard he slapped his drink off the countertop.
All right. They seem to like my best chances of a fair playing field on this. I'm gonna go approach those two guys and just be like, "Don't take my money just yet. We're gonna go get those two guys. Point out the two guys I want, and just kind of like, I'm gonna go convince them to come over. We're good with like 5%, 5%, right?
I'd do it. We hey we'd do it for free. We do it for free.
Oh, that's too kind. I'm gonna give them each 2 gold.
Awesome. Okay. Where are we going?
Alright. You guys can pick your seats, and each of you can take a turn.
Okay.
Play this
Give
out.
me just a second.
You're good.
Craig, I like the half a face thing you got going right now.
You on the stream right now?
Yeah, I'm on yours, and I got mine up. I like
I had it.
I like the little overlay you got going.
I just did that while we were fucking around here. It looks decent enough. At least we know what's going on.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna end up making one that's got like all of our names, kind of like take like the side panel with the names on it, put it over the other ones, like so you'll have Eisner Northherder on your. David will have Ignacia Lacrue, or Clawbender all over you guys' camp. Maybe if we can get some like avatar pictures going, have those on there too.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of loving everyone's characters right now.
Right? I'm really excited.
A little bit of bad, good Guardians of the Galaxy mix.
Yeah.
So let's do some trouble.
I
Maybe save the world.
Groot. Hi, Paul.
All right, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
So you drag these 2 drunk guys over the table. You actually have to wrangle them up a little bit. They're pretty intoxicated. And
I apologize,
You
Kat.
notice one stops and he's talking to this tiefling girl guy. You're not sure.
It's a tiefling.
So you you like just grab him and he's like, "Hey, I'm trying to get my thing." You'd be like, "If you get to the table, I'll send you home with someone." And he goes, "That sounds like a good deal. I don't got to work for that." All right. So he heads over the table and he sits down on your side.
Fortunate for me, but all right.
And the other guy goes to sit down in front of in the chair where the goblin was playing, and the goblin like whispers in his ear a little bit. You notice, and the guy kind of belligerently falls out of his chair while being whispered. So it looks like it's a pretty even match.
I'm gonna whisper to this guy, and I'm gonna be like, just so you know, all the high cards are taken out of this deck already. So there's a good chance that's just gonna be 9 high. You know, I could be wrong, but what if I'm not?
He has no idea what you're saying. He is beyond able to understand that you know what's going on.
Perfect.
And the goblin scurries over to you. As he walks up to you, you notice he's got a gold chain going from the front of him to the back pocket. You know, he's dappered up. He's looking really good for a goblin. And you know, his glasses are still on. You can't see his eyes. And he reaches out and he goes, "Never got your name, partner."
I'm gonna reach down and shake his hand and kind of like tickle his like where I assume his mechanical mechanism is. And not enough to like trigger it, but enough to let him know that I know. And I go, you know, sometimes the best games are the games where you can't control what actually happens. Good luck.
He pulls his hand back kind of fast. He goes, "Saw through my little trick there, did you?"
I'm gonna give him a wink and then just be like, hey, no matter what happens, it's all good, man.
He looks at you and he goes, "Well, my name's Thithis." I'm trying real hard, dude. That's a weird name. What's yours? I'd like to know who I might be bonded to soon.
I'm gonna look at him a little funny and be like, like, dude, I've been a slave before. It's not that big of a deal. Usually it's just for like a week, whatever. But most people call me Ig or Ignatius. But
Iggy it is. Hi, Iggy. Let's play our game.
all right,
So,
let them play.
yeah. So so you guys both turn towards the table, and the dealer's throwing the cards out there, and like the two guys barely know how to put cards on the table. So you're realistically, what's going on here is just they get their initial hand, they get to trade out. So drunkenly, they both trade out cards. You're kind of watching, and you're like, oh man, I really didn't want him to do that. Like, he made a bad decision in this game. So he gets some more cards back, and you're kind of staring over his shoulder. So is the goblin. You walk over to the other guy, and you look at his hand, and it doesn't look much better.
All right, I'm gonna start like sizing up the exits in case I have to like get the fuck out of here.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a perception.
Oh boy, this is not gonna be good. Okay.
So you look around, and obviously there's the exit you came in. You know where that one's at. You do notice a couple corridors to the left and the right, and at the other end there's another staircase leading up, but you can't really make out whether it's going like to an exit or somewhere else.
All right, being that I've been here before, do I remember that any of them are exits?
Yeah. Why don't you roll me just a flat wisdom? Just like looking through your memory.
Yeah, wisdom's a +0, so
That's okay.
no matter what, it's flat.
Okay. So with that, you kind of remember one time you went through the wrong exit, like the wrong way. You came in from the other direction. Normally that's where you come in. But you kind of remember going through there. You do know that it leads somewhere, and from there
I have a 1 in 3 chance of those doors. Kinda
yeah,
like that door, that door, that door.
You've never gone down at either of the corridors. You're on the game floor all the time. Like, if you're here, you're on the game.
Assuming that one of these additional doors might be an exit, but I have no idea.
But the one at the far end, you do know that it led you somewhere else, and that part of your night was kind of skewed, and you don't remember it. But you do know that you got out that way. You just don't remember how.
All right.
So you guys are standing next to each other, and the goblin looks up at you, and you're watching him play out the cards, and he looks at you and he says, "I see you sweating. Looking for an exit already?"
Hey, I've seen your cards. They're not much better than mine. If I were you, I'd be sweating too.
We'll leave it to fate.
I mean,
and so they run through this, and they start laying out cards, both of them, and the dealer's drawing out his. They actually just open their hand up because there's not much more they can do. It's literally just playing it out. So the dealer's laying out his cards, and it is the whole way. You guys, there's no one in advantage here, or anything like that. And then you notice that the last card is about to come out of the dealer's hand. The dealer looks left and right, and then right at the goblin guy, and you just see a look on his face of pure fear. This goblin's now standing on his chair next to the table, so he can actually see what card's coming out because he's invested.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's not good.
And you notice the dealer looks right at him, and his face goes just blank.
Okay, that might be all right.
Almost in fear. And as he's about to flip the last card, it hits the table, and the goblin falls down onto the table and breaks the table in half.
So, I don't know who.
You don't know who won. at all. That last card was laid like simultaneous as this guy falls flat face first on the table, breaks it in half. All of your coins and his coins go scattered. I mean, they just get thrown up, and it's just raining. It's like a night at a bad strip club. It's quarter night at a bad strip club right now.
Make it hell!
Tink, 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 as it all falls around you.
Yeah,
What do you
I'm
do?
gonna like try to scoop up as much of the shit as I can, but also like I know that if I take all this coin, even though technically it's all mine, I'm gonna get shanked in the alleyway out back because this is a lot of coin. So I'm just gonna like scoop as like a quick handful or two, and like get whatever I can grab.
Yeah, roll me a percentage die for me.
And then if I could also, I'd like to just keep track of like who grabs a lot, so I can remember them later to steal my shit back. You know?
Yeah. Okay. You grab.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a luck point for that.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. So you kind of like pull at first you pull like a pile and you notice that it's like just the poker chips and no actual money, and you're like fuck. So
What up, Steeler?
And then you like you see that
Thanks
your
for hanging
purse
out,
is
man.
laying on the ground, with coins spilling out of it, and you kind of just take your hand and scoop it up, and you got about 1,000 gold in your hand. As you do that, you notice you kind of get weak and you fall to the ground, dropping the bag, but it's still within reach. And you it feels as if something's like crawling on you, and you're like not sure what's going on. And you start looking around. And what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna try to like shake the panic of like whatever's back on me, and I'm just gonna make sure that I keep eyes on that bag and try to get that bag. Even if I don't get the whole bag, I just want most of it.
So you're pretty able to do that. Relatively. I mean, you feel real off.
I mean, I'd fight someone for it, but like not too hard.
I don't think you in your current state you wouldn't be able to fight. You're at a moment of almost like you're fogged up. You're not sure what's going on. You're just trying to keep your eyes on that bag. And all of a sudden in your head you're standing there and you just hear, "Well, aren't you going to grab our winnings?"
I'm going to A, shit my pants, B, be like, your winnings? Try fucking my winnings and go for the bag.
Okay. He quickly says back to you. He goes, "Yours, mine. At this point, it doesn't matter." And you reach out to grab that bag. Roll me sleight of hand with disadvantage.
Yeah, you got it.
So you got a 10 and 11.
Plus 8?
Plus 8. So you got an 18. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so you scoop up that bag pretty well. And you're able to right. And you're able to, collect pretty much what you had before you dropped it. And you put it away. You hear this voice in your head again, and he goes, "Well, what the fuck are you standing there for? You know they're gonna come get you."
I'm gonna try really hard not to throw up, and then I'm just gonna fucking dash.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an agility or not an agility. I keep doing
Yeah.
that. Acrobatics.
Yep.
Because this is crowded and everyone's like bent over. Like there's people just surrounding you, trying to pick up stuff off the ground.
I think it's a +4, but I'll check.
Yeah, no.
I lied. It's a +6.
+6, so you got a 17. So you make your way through this crowd pretty easily. You bump shoulders a couple times with a couple people, but you're making your way out, and it's
If I
funny
see
because
anyone that looks like a goblin, I'm just gonna push them. Like, I don't know, like
you
this guy's
well,
fucking with me or what, but like,
you're running through like this crowd of people, and as you're doing that, you hear him like haphazardlessly going, "Hey, watch out! Get out of my way! I'm trying to get through here." And you notice the small goblins just off to the side. You're gonna run right by him.
if this
And
bitch fucking puts some magic shit on me and he's like linked with me telepathically, I'm gonna so stab him in the alley, even if it hurts.
you notice that goblin turns to you and looks nothing like the guy that you played cards with at all. He's not in no way, shape, or form.
Well, I'm gonna punch him in the nose anyways.
Go ahead and roll an attack for me.
Yeah, that's about how I thought that'd go. Also,
What
that's a neg 1.
neg 1 for an attack? Just like
Yeah, if it's strength, it's a neg 1.
Oh, I guess that's true. Because you're nothing. You're just punching him.
Just boop.
So you go to punch this guy, and he turned around and saw you coming, and he's relatively short, so he just kind of ducks a little farther, and your punch goes right over his head, and this guy goes to like grab you, and he just can't get his hands on you. You're moving pretty quick, even with the punch. Like you're kind of like you were running by, just trying to knock one real quick, and he can't get his hands on you, and you just keep moving.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I gotta get out of here.
So he is gonna start running after you. Being a goblin, he moves only about 20 feet at a time. But what I will tell you is that he is a short, fat goblin that you were trying to punch. So you just make your way out of there. But he is just keep in mind that you're gonna want to keep moving.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can do any bonus actions. Because if I can bonus action dash to get out of here even quicker, I'm gonna do it. Nope, that's next level.
Okay. You notice that goblin stops moving, but as soon as he stops moving, he just lifts his hand into the air, and a bunch of people come around him. And you can't make out what they're saying or anything like that, but one of them picks him up and he points right at you as you're walking up the stairs. So you're probably about 60 feet away from them right now, but they get a good look at you, but none of them move towards you.
If I know what town this is, and if I have a map, I'm going to burn this town off my map.
This is this is the town that you're in. You're back in your settlement. I can't remember what it's called. Was it
Yeah, I can't.
Thieves Respot?
Oh, like the town.
The town. Like this is
Oh, in that case, I have other hidey holes. Hopefully, this isn't one of my crew spots. Oh man, I'm so fucked.
So you're making your way out, and that goblin's just in your head laughing the whole way. You can't keep your thoughts straight because he's just. And then I mean, where do you head? What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna probably check to see how bad I'm bleeding from the nose to make sure I didn't hit my head really hard like last time.
Okay. you're not you have nothing physically going on with you. I mean, you're nothing on your shirt, nothing, you look good. I mean, nothing's happened to you physically. You
That's
do hear
almost more
you do hear
concerning.
him you do hear him jump in as you're like looking around. He's like he says something along the lines of, Ig, what are you looking for? You already know what's going on.
I'm going to sustain ignore and try to see if I at least have made enough money to cover the cruise expenses so I can at least pay them back, even if it's just like enough to cover
Do you want to
them
head
and
somewhere, or are you doing this like upstairs in this little?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna like head out and try to. I just want to make sure I have enough money to pay for the crew.
So you're gonna kind of like disappear into a crowd in the city? Because I mean, thieves. What's the second word? How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, it's
Respite.
yeah, it's respite.
Respite. So
It's
in Thieves Respite, this town is always moving. It doesn't
right.
matter if it's night or day. There is constantly crowds of people in
Yeah,
this
this
area.
is like shady shit capital of the world here.
Exactly.
Um,
Exactly. So you can disappear into like a crowd, and start counting your winnings if you want.
I just know that I want to count my winnings before I get back to the crew because if I don't have enough for the crew,
You want to try and steal it.
right.
Okay. Yeah. So you pull the pull the bag out, and you just kind of shake it around, and you're counting it roughly. It looks like you have about 800 gold.
All right. That probably mostly is going to the crew to cover earnings and expenses. Um, about how much do you think I'd have left of that?
The job that you guys were on, the payout for the crew was a total of 1,000, and there was 4 of you, so you guys each got about 250 of it. So you'd get like 50 gold leaving if you just went back now and handed over their earning.
Honestly, with whatever just got stirred up there, I'd probably just do that and not like I can always make more money later.
Not willing to take another risk there, Iggy?
Oh boy. The more he talks to me, the more I'm like, this shit's fucking real, and the more in denial I am. Usually Ig's very well composed, and right now he's panicking the fuck out.
Okay. So you start heading back. And it's funny, you're making your way back to the to your guys' like little hideout. And the whole time this goblin's just kind of picking on you. He's like, "You really thought that was gonna work? I mean, technically I lost, but now you're stuck with me forever."
Dun dun dun.
Are you some kind of like demonic herpes? Like what? What the? Usually when people say I get your soul, it's some kind of like bullshit thing where it's just like, oh, you have to work for them as a slave. And then it's like, yeah, I can work for so long, or I can steal you enough money to pay for that debt or whatever, and I can get out of it. But how the fuck do I get out of this?
Well, I tried to introduce myself, and you were kind of an ass about it. But the name's
Well,
Thig, Toratus, Hell Fiend of the highest order.
well, you could have fucking led with that next time.
Now he's got goblin herpes.
Jesus.
That's funny.
What do you get when you cross a demon and a goblin? Herpes.
Red
Ha
box.
ha.
Oh, dude.
So you head back to your hideout, and you, at this moment, I mean, he's explained to you, you've gone into contract with the devil. You've made a deal with the devil, and while he did lose, he's not going away forever. So, you got his soul. However, you can't get rid of him. He is a part of your like being at this time. You haven't noticed that anything weird. Like he hasn't done anything. So you don't know to what extent he's a part of you, other than he can talk to you at any time he wants.
Well, hopefully he has some kind of benefits, because friends without benefits aren't really friends, are they?
I don't know. And then, and then he just kind of disappears for a while. You start heading back. He doesn't really say
I'm gonna have
anything.
to change my name to that, so it's gonna be this or
This
that.
or that. So you start heading back to your hideout, and he kind of goes silent.
Okay.
Almost ominously, because you're sitting there going, "Is it gone?"
I'm just waiting for him to harass me more.
And you make it back, and you look real shake. Like your crew sees you, and you look real shook up. Like you're pale in the face, kind of sickly almost. And one of them turns to you and goes, "Damn, what's wrong with you?" And
I'm just gonna go here and toss him the bag and leave.
did you take your 50 gold out of it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
What's that guy's problem? We just got done with we're supposed to go have drinks. Hey, Ig, get back here.
Sorry, I gotta go deal with this.
That's good. I like that. I did not even think about that, but that's good.
Turns out it was a setup I had no idea was coming.
That's good. All right. So yeah. We're gonna take a step back because I didn't realize that you had gone through the bag like completely. To
Okay.
take your money out. So as you were going through the bag to take your money out, you notice a small scroll in there. And you also notice that this isn't your bag. In the fog of everything, it looked like it was, but it's not yours.
Okay.
So
Well, as long as they got paid, I'll take anything else, especially if I think I can sell it.
So you pull out that scroll and your 50 gold points. We'll go back to it. You threw that away. You threw the bag at him, and you take off. You're trying to deal with this, right? And you pull out that scroll that you found, and you read on it. It says, "This Toratus, you have been invited to the tournament of mortal men to come as one of our pristine goblin, goblin kings, quote unquote. Whatever a better word is for that. But he's not a king. He's just like high up there. He's well off.
What the fuck, this?
Chieftain?
Yeah, well, not like a chieftain, because goblins. I mean, in this sense, we're thinking of goblins as like World of Warcraft goblins. That's how I'm picturing goblins. So they're more of like the snooty, smart mouth, short little guys. So they're gonna have like actual hierarchy.
Cool.
So he's like a noble goblin. And you see that, and this comes out, and he's just like, "Well, that's where I was headed tomorrow. I've got 6 days to get there, and I can't be late."
Well, how the fuck am I supposed to get in when I'm supposed to be a fucking goblin?
I guess we'll have to figure that one out, but we gotta go.
I'm just gonna be like, oh boy, this is gonna be some fucked up shit. Done a lot of sketchy shit, but this is the new low for me. This.
Well, let's just make it easy on both of us and go along with this, okay?
Hey, we're on your dime from here on out, bud. Your dime.
Well, if you do what you're supposed to, I might show you where you can get a little extra scratch.
Hey.
Shit, dude, we might
Oh.
still be friends.
So you know this temple again. It's in the world of Arendale. It's one of the most pristine places. Everyone knows where it's at. So you can either head out now. You can head back to your place and pack a bag. It's up to you. You just got back for what?
I was gonna say, considering how we just got back, I assume I'm already pretty packed. I'll just steal food or rations on the way out of town.
Okay. Sleight of hand check that bitch for me. I'll tell you what you get.
Oh, this is where I roll a 1 with my fucking +8.
13 plus 8, or did you already add 8?
I didn't add 8.
Okay, so you got a 21. You pretty much, as you're walking through this town, there's stalls left and right. You pretty much grab anything you want. I mean,
Hey, so everyone knows, Thieves Respite basically has social health care because everyone takes what they need.
yeah, I mean that's one way to look at it. And so on your way out of town, you can grab anything you want. You know, if you want to grab like a couple days ration, you can.
Yeah, definitely grab rations. But it's probably good to just get out of town and lay low.
Okay. So go ahead and write that down. You can have that, and then you just start making your way there. All right. So we made it through everyone's starting area. Good job, guys.
Hey, we're not dead yet.
The journey.
Some of us are more than we began.
The journey on the way there begins, and we'll cut back over to Arnold. Arnold, you're walking with your buddy Tea Tree. That's what it was. You're walking with your buddy Tea Tree, and you guys are just kind of reminiscing a little bit. You're talking about what's happened since you've seen him last. Your father passing, you taking over the shop. Your goals and aspirations of becoming a master weaponsmith, but not the kind that has to do it for a living, but you want to do it for the sheer. You tell the tale of your dad giving a suit of armor, or actually, you tell the tale of Yesme, the god of duty, coming to your father and taking a set of gold-plated armor from him, and he kept it. So that was he now uses that. He didn't show up. I apologize. He didn't show up. One of his followers showed up and took it to him. And then you kind of tell the story of you're not sure how he got sick, but it was believed to be cursed gold. So that piece of armor was the last golden item that he touched before he quit from being too sick from stone plague. And you kind of want to, you're explaining to him that this is what you want to do. You want to have that kind of legacy, but you don't want to have to be an everyday blacksmith. You want to be an adventurer, but you'd like to give up some kind of magical item to a god or to someone of a higher power than you.
I still want to learn the techniques, but I want to do it once.
Right.
I want one big success.
Right. And Tea Tree goes over all, like he said, he was, he explained briefly that, his family home had burnt down and his family was lost, and that he's kind of just traveling. He's really just looking for someone to travel with, and he's excited that he's on this trip with you. You notice that when you met him to now, a look of sorrow or aloneness has left him. He's kind of gotten a companionship back from you, almost as if rekindling a relationship with a brother. And you guys are walking. We're probably 4 days into this trip, so you got another 2 days to go. You guys go to set up camp. For safety hazards, you guys actually share a tent. You guys have a big enough one that 2 beds next to each other can. You can put up 2 cots, and you guys, are kind of laying there, just again reminiscing, stuff like that. When all of a sudden, you hear a loud, like a branch break, teacher goes, "What was that?"
Things go bump in the night, and I pull the axe off my back. I'm like, I'll check it out.
Okay. You and him. He walks out. He grabs his. He has 2 swords
Okay.
that he uses. And he walks out of the tent with you, and you guys are looking around. Your campfire is still kind of smoldering, making a little bit of light, but not really. Do you have dark vision?
Yeah.
For how far?
I believe it's 60 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, 60 feet.
So go ahead and roll me a perception check to see if you can figure out where that noise came.
So 10 plus 9.
10 plus 9?
No,
Okay,
10 minus 1 is 9.
Oh.
I'm not the smartest.
So, you know that the noise came from north of camp, and you're looking and you can't really see anything. And as you're looking over there, you hear another branch break right in front of you. So you know that they're in that direction. That something's in that.
I call out and I'm like, "Are ye friend or foe? Because if you're foe, prepare to fight." And do I hear anything else?
You hear about 5 swords unsheathed.
All right, and I'm like, "For those of you that aren't scared off, I actually come in peace."
You as you're saying that, you kind of hear a giggle, like they laugh from the thing, and you see 5 bandits jump down from the trees around your camp.
Okay.
While one was making noise to the north, you're actually surrounded. There are 5 of them circling your camp right now.
Okay.
And one of them walks up to you and says, "Who do you think you are? You just gonna threaten us and then make peace? It's 5 to 2. And you're a dwarf."
It's not always the size that matters, is what the ladies tell me.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm not sure what you can offer me that would make it so that we don't just kill you right here.
I'd like to be like, well,
Remember in conversation,
Yeah.
you can make intimidate checks. You can also use spells to intimidate if you want it. Not you can do it to harm or you can do it to intimidate. So just remember that. Like, keep your character sheet in mind. Just trying to help.
Okay, so I look at Tea Tree, and I'm like, we've known each other for a while, so it kind of goes unspoken. You know, we've done things in our past that have been, pretty bonding. And I kind of look at him and I'm like, "You got my back," type of thing. Like, just like, I kind of grip my axe a little bit harder, and I'm like, "My friend, if you could see the things that I've seen, you'd be running."
So these bandits aren't like intelligent. Like, they're here to steal stuff from you. Unless you're gonna offer up stuff, they're not gonna leave you. So if you're either fighting to fight or you're gonna offer up something. He looks at you.
There's 5 of them.
Yeah, he sees you like judging your surroundings and what you're trying to do, and he looks at you and goes, "You can either hand something over, or we'll take it all."
How close are we to the smoldering fire?
So the smoldering fire is right outside your tent. You guys didn't make it very far from your tent, so I'd say you're probably within 10 feet of the smoldering fire. And the bandits are about 20 feet away from you on all sides. you're in like a circular area in the woods that you've built your tent up, and the fire's like smack dab in the middle. You're
Okay.
standing right next to it.
Is the fire between us and the bandits, or is it behind me?
Well, it's behind you, but there is a bandit on the other side of the fire. So like I said, you're surrounded. There's 5 of them. There's 5 of them making like a pentagon around you. That's not supposed to be like insinuating anything. They're just like in the shape of, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I kind of walk around to the other side of the fire and bend down to my backpack and just pull out some useless like bag. Like it maybe has like some like scrap pieces of metal in it, and I'm like, "Would you take this?" And I don't show him what it is, like trying to get him to walk towards me.
Sorry. Let me see. Hold on.
Could I maybe roll like performance to see if he does something for that?
Why don't you roll a oh, where's the list of all of these? It's right here on this card somewhere.
So if you just pull up any of the skill
there it is.
sheets, it has it.
If you want to roll a deception for me.
Okay. So a 15.
A 15?
Yep.
He kind of smiles and walks up to you and goes, I knew it was going to be this easy. Thanks for making me not have to break a sweat.
Okay. And then as he's reaching for the bag, I'm going to drop it and in one fluid motion make a swing. Because like I know it's not anything.
Okay. Here's what I'll do. Go ahead and roll an attack with disadvantage.
Okay.
Because you're trying to do something while attacking, right? You're trying to one swift motion this. So roll it with disadvantage. Okay, so you got 18 plus probably something for that. So
what am I adding to it?
For your standard attack,
is it strength, dexterity,
your
acrobatics?
Weapon, I think it's going to be strength, right, David? David. Paladin swinging his weapons. He's adding strength.
Fighter swinging his weapon.
Or fighter. I'm sorry, fighter's.
Yeah, it should be strength.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So
you're adding your strength.
Got a finesse weapon, but
so it's +5. We're at 23.
Okay, so you're at 23. So that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right, and so damage.
I was noting his double 18s.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah. He had to roll with disadvantage. There was no disadvantage.
I knew exactly what I was doing.
Disadvantage to who?
Not me.
I don't know why, but I don't have my. Oh,
You gotta equip it, yeah.
Okay, so
speaking of which, Corey, you're gonna have to equip your weapon if you have one. Like if you claimed a weapon of some kind.
So a 12, but I'm also gonna make a menacing attack.
What does that mean?
Which means I'm going to expend one of my superiority dies, which is a D8 as well. So I add 4 to the total. So 16. And then he needs to make a DC saving wisdom throw. If he fails, he's frightened.
What's the saving throw? It should give you a
15.
Yeah, if he wasn't cut in half.
Can you do me a favor and roll a straight up strength? Just roll strength, no additive.
So plus my strength modifier.
Yeah, we'll do that. So 10
So um
or 9.
so it's 5. So 10.
10. So you drop this bag, and he goes to reach down for it, and in like you said, in one swift motion, you grab your axe off your hip and swing overhead and decapitate this guy. Just straight up, head off shoulders, decapitate this guy. His head drops to the floor and rolls over in front of one of his people.
So as I bring the axe down, it's covered in blood. This guy's head's at my feet, and I'm like, "Who's next?"
Okay, roll me and intimidate.
Oh shit.
So yeah, these four guys just look at you. Intimidate's going to be strength, so it's 9.
Yeah.
So these four guys just look at you and say, or one of them says, "We came to get something and we're leaving with it." And so they come up and let's see. Does a 16 hit you?
Not to cut in, but I still can't click on my character sheet on that D&D Beyond.
Why?
If I knew, I wouldn't be telling you, bro.
Try to refresh it because I can.
I've done that. I've logged, exited out, retyped it all in, and still nothing.
My AC is 16 on the nose.
Do I have to beat a 16 then?
I think it's at or above.
At or above, I believe as well. Yes.
Okay. So he hits with his crossbow.
Okay.
He hits you for 5 damage. However, he hits you in the foot and pins your foot to the floor.
Okay.
The other 3 bum rush. Tea tree.
Mm-hmm.
And you see one of them just flat out tackle him, and lay him out. His weapons fall on the floor.
We were standing next to each other. Do I happen to get like an attack of opportunity for them?
They haven't left your area yet. They're just in it.
Okay.
Meanwhile, so one of them tackles him, and the other 2 walk up with rope and tie him up.
Okay. There's 4 left, right?
There's 4 left, and 1 shot you, and the other 3 are taking out this other. So they've now hog-tied him and started to leave your area. So you can make an attack of opportunity on one of them.
Okay.
It would probably be the one that tackled because he's getting up.
It'd be 15 plus 5 is 20.
So you hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
And it was 5, so 11.
Okay. So as they're taking T-Tree, and these other 2 guys that you're not swinging at are like running full speed, dragging T-Tree behind them. And the third guy kind of turns and runs with. But the fourth guy, you smack with your axe, and you literally slice both his legs off. He lands on the ground, legless, trying to crawl away from you, and then dies out of sheer pain. But he is laying there, and T-Tree's gone.
Okay.
Combat's over. So if you'd like, you can do a strength check to pull that arrow out of your foot, or to pull your foot off of the arrow. Your choice.
We're gonna pull the arrow out of my foot.
So are you grabbing it from the way it went into your foot and pulling out, or are you trying to pull it through your foot?
pulling it out, grabbing and pulling out.
Okay, go ahead and okay, so you definitely pull it out. But then go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving.
Okay. Uh, 7 plus 5 is 12.
12. So upon you taking it out, and in case you didn't know this, arrows are barbed, so they're supposed to go all the way through the target and not be pulled out the way they came in. So you are going to take an additional 3 damage, and it is going to bleed. So we're going to keep track of that over the next 24 hours. Okay. So you look around and they're gone. They just disappear. You know, these bandits are pretty stealthy. You can check for tracks to see where they took off to, if you'd like, or it depends on you have somewhere to be. You have 2 ways to look at this. What would you?
At this point, Tea Tree, though, like, it's been a while. I don't have an option. Like, I have to try and track these guys down.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and give me a nature check.
Please, Lord, baby Jesus. 16.
Okay. With the 16, you do see the marks heading towards the south. You're able to follow them for quite a ways. Go ahead and roll me another one.
Seven.
So after about 100 feet, you lose complete track of them. There's just so much brush and stuff going on that you cannot.
Oh, baby else.
There you go. You cannot. You can't follow their track. Like, it's almost a lost cause. They could have gone anywhere from where you're.
Don't.
While you're considering what you're trying to do, you kind of reminisce a little bit, like you're thinking about Tea Tree and like you're worried about his well-being, and you kind of reminisce from back in your old days, and you remember the saying that nobody stands in the way of the mission, friend or foe.
All right. Probably. Okay. Ultimately, I can't see anything else. Got this hole in my foot. I kind
I can
of
carterize it.
yeah. At that point, I'm just kind of trudging along. I'm still. It is south kind of the way to the town.
If you continue to follow the direction you were going, it's towards the Temple of Talia. It's a little bit off of your path, but it is towards.
Okay, I'm not gonna go back to like the path we were on or anything. I'm just gonna keep heading in that direction, knowing that if worse comes to worse, I'll head to the town. But maybe we'll find something.
Okay. So you're gonna trudge on for a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and cut over to Isa Northherder and Rain Bright. Forget his name every time.
Yeah.
Brightheart. So you guys are on your way, and I mean, this guy, out of character, this guy looks like a surfer dude in armor, right? This is the kind of guy you're traveling. And you guys are you're making your way, and he's teaching you about your guys' oath. He's like, he's just going over, you got to follow it. Oath breaking is very serious. This is something that like you as a person, like, dude, could like seriously fuck up the rest of your like life if you're no longer a part of the oath that you swore to. It's not just a connection between me and you as bros. It's between you and God as bros. Joe Pesci.
So who's gonna decide that? Like how am I gonna know? Like who's the evaluators of this? You know what I mean?
Joe Pesci is the evaluator of this.
Got it. Okay.
He is the God that you follow, and so ominously, he can take your. If you break your oath, he can take your paladinhood away.
So what do you do in moments where you feel this moment of tension?
He looks at you and he goes, "I count to 10, but instead of counting, I read the tenets back in my head, and I do whatever the best option is. Always, I'm always going to be 100% to my oath that I can."
I guess my fear is that maybe there might be a moment where I don't know that I'm in one of these challenging decisions that could determine whether or not I'm breaking the oath. So I just want to make sure that I'm never putting in myself in that position.
You as a paladin have to make a decision to break it. So if it's unbeknownst to you that something else is going on, or that the situation is more dynamic than just a cut or dry, I need the help or I don't, you as the paladin basically have to make a decision of breaking one of the tenets in order to be an orphan. So you in that situation, as long as you believe wholeheartedly that you're making the right decision, and it is backed by the circumstances around you, you won't be declared an oath breaker.
Got it.
So you guys are just walking around. You're heading down a trail, and you notice off in the woods there's a small fire smoldering, and a tent left up, and a guy laying there on the ground. Rain, uh, Rain looks at you and he goes, "We need to go check that out." So he heads over. You guys head over there, and you see this guy whose legs are just sawed off, laying on the ground next to a fire. And he looks at you and goes, "Wonder what happened here."
Well, what can we do to help? Is the guy dead, or is he just severely injured and still bleeding out?
Will you do a medicine check for me?
Yep. Holy shit.
And then you add your nature check.
Yeah, so that was a 6. It's nature or medicine?
Medicine. I'm sorry, medicine.
Plus 3.
So it's a 9.
Yeah.
You look at this dude, and he's dead. Like he's dead. He's been bleeding for about 8 hours now, if you had to take a guess at it. And he's just straight up dead.
Yeah, well, clearly this must have been, somebody trying to send a message. Um, at least that's what I'm gathering. Because if you're gonna kill somebody and saw off their legs, like he died from bleeding out, right? Like he died from suffering. So if it's clear that his legs were chopped off and not eaten, like it was some possible animal in the forest that would have chewed off his legs at that point, but why wouldn't they have eaten the rest of the body? So I guess we need to figure out why this person was killed and who would do such a thing.
Okay. Rain looks at you and he goes, honestly, as a paladin, I need to look at everything in front of me and make decisions that are the best for me and for the situation. And while I can see that this guy has been injured,
Thank you.
I can see that this guy has been injured. I can tell that there was a scuffle. So there's really no telling if this was bad or good. Um, so we're actually going to walk away.
Right, whether he was good or bad, was this the bad guy that was taken care of, or was this the good person that was overcome?
Right, right. So there's no way that I could tell that. So I'm going to. He's making a decision basically to not put himself into a position of harm based on lack of information.
So,
And
well, can we search this guy and like make sure that he doesn't have anything that could be of, of value to what could point to what happened? I mean, should we look for anything around the campsite? Any possible resources that we might need? I mean, should we look around before we just head out of here?
You can. He says to you, you can. Just remember that we can't take what's not ours.
Right. Okay. So you don't really think that there's anything here that could help us in our journey moving forward that wouldn't be oath breaking?
Nope, I don't think that is what he's saying. What he's saying is that like you can't take something because you think it's valuable, but if you find a note or something along those lines, something that's not valuable but has like information on it, he would probably be okay taking that because it's leading you towards rectification.
Well, I think that we should make sure that there's nothing here that has any information.
Okay. Do you want to check the guy specifically or inside the tent?
Let's check the guy specifically and the campsite just around. We don't have to do a big search, but just you know, um, close to the body and where he would have been sleeping.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll an investigate check. So you're investigating like a crime scene. So we're looking for anything or anyone. It points you in like the direction of.
4.
Yeah, you don't see jack shit. This is a campsite with a dead guy at it. All right, and Rain looks at you and he sees you're kind of confused. Like you were looking around for a good 5 minutes and didn't come up with anything. And he's like, "We're gonna go, kid."
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. That's fuck it. I'm done. I've wasted enough time here. Let's get the fuck out.
All right, so you guys get back on the trail, and Rain states to you, he's like, those kind of situations can get hairy real quick. If you follow the lead of something, it can put you in a position of doing something for the greater good, but also put you in a, you know, he basically brings up an analogy of like, say we saw something or we found someone. How can we know that they are the bad guy or the good guy or what the situation was? So unless we see it happen, we don't have to act on it as justice. Or unless we have undeniable proof, we don't have to act on it as judge and jury.
Right.
So, you guys keep walking down, and it gets late. He's wanting to put up camp, but he really, he didn't pack very well. He looks like a surfer dude. He looks like he'd just lay out under the stars. And he's looking for like a city or a building or something. And as you guys are walking, it starts to get dark, and you guys can see some lanterns in the distance. And he's saying, "Well, let's go check that out. Maybe we can grab a room and some food." So, um, you walk down to this small city. Uh, there's a well in the center of it, a castle to your left. Um, as you're walking in, there's a castle drawbridge to your left. Small wares shops all scattered about, and you see kids playing uh, through the lantern light, and you smell food. Definitely, like that's undeniable. Something smells good.
Tasty. Well, let's stop and get some goddamn food, shall we? I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in seems like 3 days.
Okay. So go ahead and you guys just head towards the smell. Like you're kind of just going along sniffing. Do you smell that, Rain? Oh yeah, dude, I totally smell that. And so you guys are just following this, and you aren't paying attention to where you're going. You're just kind of following the smell. And you make it to a door, which is unlocked, and you guys open it and you walk in. And it looks like a tavern, but it's kind of low light in here.
Fine
Um,
dining.
it's kind of low light in here. You can't really make out your surroundings terribly well. And
Is there a lot of people here?
you can see a couple bodies in the low light, sitting at tables. Um, and you also see at the other end of it this stone structure. It's in a square with a bowl sitting on top of it. And when you walk in, everyone, you can't tell, but everyone turns their head towards it, and you can see their eyes glow.
So I turned to Rain and I was like, "Do you have any idea where we are?"
Rain goes, "No, but it smells delicious in here." And he kind of just walks over and sits down at a table next to one of the sets.
So how do we get some food? Like I mean, it doesn't really seem like a place to eat. Nobody really greeted us. We all just got these starry eyes. So um, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to talk to somebody? Are we supposed to fight somebody? We got to gamble, play some cards. Like, what do we got to do to get some food around here? Whose leg we got to hump to get a fucking bite to eat?
You hear a voice from the other side of this room. And you hear it, and it talks up
Speak
and it
up!
goes,
I can't hear you.
he goes, he goes, "Oh, you don't get food. You are food." And you see this guy, you see him light up the room. All of the low light goes to now lantern-esque light, and there is him standing at an altar with a bowl of blood on it. And there is just blood streaks coming off this altar onto the floor. And the where Rain sat down, he's sitting right next to a a humanoid, but he doesn't look right. Something's wrong. You can tell something's wrong. And Rain looks at you and he goes, "Come on in, man. It's fine."
What about this situation says fine to you, sir? And he just
He
said that we're food, and unless you plan on eating me, I
you
don't know what the fuck you want to do in there.
will you roll a Arcana check for me?
This will be a 1. Get ready.
Well then roll a Wisdom
No,
Perception.
it's a 19. It's a 19.
What's your negative? Oh, you don't have any negatives. It's probably
Yeah,
that's
I
right.
don't.
You notice that you did an Arcana check. You notice that an ethereal glow to Rain, which is normally very golden or very, he glows because of he's a paladin, because he's so pure of heart. You notice that that's being smothered a little bit by something. Um, and you can kind of tell that he really doesn't understand what's going on, almost like he's been put under.
Can I do like a check around the room, just to see if I can tell that maybe somebody is like casting some sort of spell on him, or there's some sort of.
That's what an Arcana check would be for. So your
Okay.
Arcana check doesn't show
Oh,
like
okay.
like who's doing it. You just know that he's being suppressed right now. He's being
Okay.
controlled. The guy looks at you and says, "We can either eat both, or you can leave." He gives you the option.
I'm
I'll let you think on it for a second. I gotta take a piss, so give me a
okay.
second.
Yeah.
I'll let you think on it for a second.
I don't know, man.
Sam is 80 years old. He's laying there with a goddamn blanket. It's like fucking. Well, I guess it is a little bit chilly, more chilly than it was.
And
but-
joke's on you, I don't have pants on.
Oh, okay.
Don't lean too far back.
That's what
Right.
that's what the blanket's for.
I was I bought some magic cards and I was doing like a trying to do like a unpackaging thing, like stream.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter where I placed the camera when I was opening the packages, it was just pointed directly at my nuts. It's like no matter where I did it, I was just like, fuck this, because it's just like a nut shot every time. It's like,
Yeah.
all right. I think this could be cool, especially if you had like dye and you could put a camera down and actually physically roll it every single time. It'd be nice to have. I'm like already starting to think of the overlay things, especially as like you lose hit points, you can have little things that pop up.
Mm-hmm.
But to have like a die animation show it shows what's being rolled in the stream. That's what I'm after. I guarantee you there's a Dungeons and Dragons fucking
Add-on.
yeah, there's gotta be.
I know that D&D Beyond has the automated. If you
Mhm.
just roll within the app,
Yeah.
Right, right. But
There's
how can I
also-
get that incorporated onto my stream?
I bet you there's third-party ones because you can get third-party apps where you shake your phone and it will like throw the dice out.
Right. You know, it'd be cool if like we all could see. Well, I don't even know how that would happen unless you
You
were
can
on
see
the
what.
stream. Oh, just like having
Everyone
a
have a dice cam.
die. Yeah.
You can
Roll-
see
roll
everyone
20.
else's dice on roll 20. Like you can make
Yeah.
it see where you can see everyone's
I have
dice
it. I
roll
have it
out
set,
certain
I have
colors.
it set up that way, and we're just not using it because this session, depending on how fast or how far we went, which right now I'm pretty much done with Sam. I mean, he's pretty much going to be walking through the woods till he finds a town. So I'm kind of walking through you guys as you make your way there. But that we'll probably end the session as you guys make it to the temple separate. Is what the game plan is, and then next time around, we'll be using Roll20 with your camera
I like
in
that.
Discord.
I like that Craig's character got to see my work of art.
Oh, there was 2 dead bodies. I forgot. There was a guy with his head chopped off. I completely forgot about the first dude. But yeah, so anyways, let's go back. You're in this place, blood everywhere, blah blah blah. Rain is under a spell. What would you like to do?
I'm here to protect my friend, and I'm not going anywhere. And you know, I'm a young teen, brash, confident. I got
You're saying this to the guy? You're
yeah,
saying
yeah,
yes. Okay.
yeah. I don't care what you got. We got more.
He cackles. I guess it's dinner for all of us tonight, not just me. So I'm gonna have you roll initiative.
Okay.
I'm going to roll for Ryan.
Rain. His
Rain.
name is Rain.
I know. All right. So I'm gonna roll for him.
11.
All right. So the guy across the way, sorry, hold on.
Unacceptable.
The guy across the way, you see him and the guy sitting right next to Rain, Rain. And you see another guy starting to shamble toward. He doesn't talk audibly. He's as he walks towards you. He gets to go first. So he is going to roll. And he misses for sure. So he reaches out and he tries to swipe at you, and just straight up like a foot short, a day late. All right. And you kind of smirk at him. You're a little confident that this guy's not going to be difficult for you to take care of.
Bitch.
So the guy sitting next to Rain grabs Rain by the shoulder pad and starts taking him over to a staircase that you can see. He makes his way there. He's about at the top of the stairs with Rain. And he's gonna and he's just that's his turn. That's all he's gonna do for his action. And then the guy in the robe at the top is gonna look at you and say, just because you're all holy and whatnot doesn't mean I can't kill you. And he's gonna go ahead and you see him lift both arms like this up. I have to grab this.
No, take your time.
Dude, don't be a bitch. Oh, there it is. So you see him lift both arms up like this. And I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw from you.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I'm going to launch my shield at his face.
Well, you got to wait your turn there, buddy.
Oh. Hold on. Yeah, let me roll. Let me roll. Wait, which chat should I roll in? The Dungeons and Dragons or the general?
The Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay,
Everything should be in there so I can keep track of it all.
Got it. I was rolling in the wrong area.
That's okay. It still alerted me, but that way if I need to look back at rolls or anything. And then you're going to add...
None, I don't think.
Oh, no, you're... no, it is a... what did I just say?
Dexterity.
Yeah, so add your dexterity to it. Is it 10? You have 0. Plus
yeah.
0. So nothing. So he's going to go... So as he does that, a flame comes from the bottom of your feet and engulfs you. And you're going to take... You're going to take 8 damage. It half though. So you're going to take 4 damage.
Okay.
And when this happens, the flame kind of comes over you and burns you, but then you're stuck glowing. Like you're bright as heck. Like if you tried to be sneaky or anything, you're a beacon of light right now. Okay.
Okay.
And what did you get?
A 9.
On your initiative, I mean. Didn't you roll that?
Is that the one I rolled a 19 on? Shit.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. No.
You rolled an 11.
That was the Arcana search. Yeah, 11. Sorry, 11. Yeah.
So you're next. What would you like to do on your turn? You get an action a movement, and a bonus.
So basically, he just cast this flame that engulfed me.
Mm-hmm.
And Rain
it's honestly been
being
pretty entertaining.
By another dude. He's on the stairs, and this dude in the robe is up top.
Yeah, so the way that this room looks, like the door you came in, you look to your left, and it's a couple tables, and then the altar is up on a high rise, just like a couple steps up from you, and he's standing in front of it with a bowl of blood on it. And then off to his left, so as you're looking at him, it'd be to your right, is a small staircase that goes down under the altar.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, so I'm gonna make a dash towards Rain.
Yeah, I would say you're probably 40 feet away. I think. What is your movement, by the way? I think it's 30, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're about 40 feet away. If you wanted to dash, you could, but that would be your entire action. As a bonus action, you wouldn't be able to attack her.
Okay.
I don't think.
So when I did the decks, that was to try to block the flame throw or the flame engulfing, basically.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
So now basically he's still stuck in this hands in the motion. He's enchanting and he's calling on these flames still basically, right? Like he's engaged in an action. The robed man.
Concentrating, I think, right?
nope, there's no concentration. He's not engaged in anything. He did his attack, and as it ended, I mean, he's just standing there.
How
He
far
did not,
away is he from me?
about 50 feet.
Jesus Christ. All right. My first action is so is this flame, is it tracking me or is it just location based and it's just underneath this specific location? Now that he casts it, if I'm moved, I'll be out of the flame.
No, you're lit up. It's you. You are.
Oh,
lit up.
I am lit up.
Yeah. So you're, it it's almost like your armor's glowing.
All right. So the first thing I want to do is
So just to clarify, it's not like he's on fire. He's just lit up.
He's just lit up like gold.
Okay.
I want to disenchant this glowing spell that was just cast on me.
Do you have dispel magic or anything like that?
I mean, so I would guess not, right?
You do not. You do not.
Oh yeah, right.
I was
Right.
asking relatively.
Well, I don't know if it's like medicine or if I'm a paladin, if I have some sort of ability
No,
that
this
can.
is a magic. You're magically lit up like a fucking Christmas tree right now.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I feel like I have to commit to a strong move, and the first thing I need this. I need another person in this fight, so I need to free Rain. So I'm gonna attempt to free him.
Yep. So I'm gonna help you out because I know you're new, right? I'm gonna help you out and look at your bonus action.
What's that? Where is
Like
that?
on your character sheet, under
Yep.
where it says action, spells, inventory. If you're under
Yeah.
actions, you can hit
Yeah.
bonus action.
Okay.
What does it say?
Sanctuary.
Okay, now go over to your spells and read what sanctuary.
You ward a creature within range against attack. Until the spell ends, any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attacker's spell. This spell does not protect the warded creature from area effects such as the explosion of a fireball.
So you did an Arcana check that stated that he's under a spell.
Right.
So if you cast that on him, you have the opportunity to make the creature that's doing the spell on their next turn roll a wisdom. In my head, that's how I would read it.
Yeah.
And it's a bonus action. So you could dash all the way to this robed guy, this robed magician,
Okay.
robed wizard, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it. You could dash all the way to him just to get within range, and then cast that as your bonus and sanctuary him so that this acolyte has to make a wisdom.
Okay. That's exactly what we're going to do.
So I'm just trying to help you out because I know that you didn't read your entire character sheet. Because I knew that, and I didn't read your entire character. I knew you had.
So, I just didn't know that would be a place where I would use that as the thing. I guess I'm still learning on the fly, but that I mean it makes sense.
I'm gonna be right there with you, pal.
The other thing is, you could also you could choose. Well, no, because that one's an actual action. So sanctuary would be your go-to. Do you know how many spell slots you have? You have three. Three first level. So you can cast protection from evil and good or sanctuary 3 times a day. It sounds like. So by doing this, you're going to use one of your 3 spell slots. Okay.
Just spitballing. Would you consider these guys evil if we're kind of like metaing?
He can't cast that and dash, so he can walk his speed. So what he's trying to do is get as close to someone, so on his next turn he can do something, and then that's why like what he was trying to do is free up Rain, and I was just trying to help him.
Right.
So Yeah, so you're gonna go ahead and dash across. What I will have you do for your dash, because there are some tables between you and him, I'm gonna have you make an athletics check to see if your movement's half climbing the table.
Okay. Oh my god.
And then you add your strength bonus to that for athletics.
So my strength is really 18, right? Or is it the base of 14? Because it's
Guys, I will be
your
it's
strength
eight
is plus 4.
Yeah. Oh,
So
sorry.
you have an 18 plus 4.
Right. Okay.
Yep. So you're going to. Sam turned off his camera and muted him.
Yeah.
So you're going to fail that check. So you are gonna take half speed while going over these two obstacles. So you have a 30-foot walking speed, 60 feet. You're about 50 feet away. You're gonna be about 10 feet away from this guy. So the start of your next turn, you can make a movement. So you're gonna be
Not
about
to
10
be that guy, but didn't you say Sanctuary was a cast? Do you
Correct.
have to be right next to him to cast it?
For Sanctuary,
Not to be metagaming, sorry, but
No,
he
you're okay.
said he's new, so
It has a range of 30 feet.
yeah, so you can cast it really where you stand if you can see him.
Well, he was 50 feet away from about both. He's standing at the other end of them, so he had to make his way that way anyways.
Right, right.
He didn't want to waste a turn moving 30 feet and then moving another 30 plus, moving 30 feet over difficult terrain. So he wanted to do a dash get over there, and now he's gonna cast Sanctuary. So now Sanctuary is gonna be on him. So you see Rain. You reach out to Rain, and you see this aura of almost cleansing light go over him. He's got a bubble that just seems to be attacking this purple nauseous energy that was on him. And so it is the guy's turn. He does get an attack of opportunity. Ran out of his room, out of his area. Does a 13 hit? I don't think it does. I'm sorry. Does a 14 hit you?
Well, how the fuck would I know that?
Armor class is what you're looking for on your.
18.
So he does not hit. So he swings at you as you walk by him, and he completely misses. Falls down onto his hands, and he pushes himself back up, but he completely misses. Okay. So then the guy carrying Rain or moving Rain, he has to make a saving throw. I don't know what so it's a 12. So he has to beat a 12.
Hey, real quick, when it says like spell attack +4 and like modifier +2, what does that mean?
That's a +4 for your spell attack means that if you're casting a spell that actually has an attack,
Got it. Okay.
like you have to roll a d20 and you're trying to beat someone's armor class, you get to add 4 to that roll.
What's the modifier mean?
Which one?
It says +2, just says +2 modifier.
That should be add to your damage if you're like proficient in that weapon or spell or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so it'd be like 1d4 + 4.
Okay.
Usually those go to hit before to damage, depending on where it's at in the lineup.
Right, yep.
Yeah, his is saying it has a +2 modifier, a +4 spell attack, and then a save DC of 12.
Yeah, so for casters, they give you your spell modifier, and then they tell you what your your spell save is when you cast like a spell that someone else has to save against. So the modifier you add to your attack rolls. The spell save is what they have to beat in order to take full damage or to not take full damage from your like area effect spells, like a fireball. And then what's the third one?
It was spell attack. Like there's a modifier and then spell attack.
Yeah, I don't know why those two are separate.
They're two different numbers too. It's +2 and +4.
Right. So that's weird. +2 2 is probably like additional damage if it's for like wisdom or something, depending on what you use for your spell. And then the +4 is plus proficiency of the +2. So that one's gonna be to hit.
Got it.
Could the +2, like the modifier, be his proficiency, like just in general too?
Yeah, it's weird that his attack roll should be proficiency plus modifier,
Right.
but you're a paladin, right?
Yes, sir.
So you probably didn't put all your stats into wisdom,
He has a +1.
right? So +1 +2 should be +3. So he's got an additional +1 somewhere.
Hmm.
Unless he's I don't know. I'm not familiar with paladins. That's like the one thing I don't do is paladins and clerics.
Oh, so you have a +2 in your proficiency bonus is your modifier, and your spell attack is an overall of +4. So you have a +2 because paladins. I think he's
I opened up a wormhole here.
yeah he did.
Yeah. So me being a warlock, my spell attack modifier is +4, and my spell attack is +6. So the difference is my proficiency bonus.
So that's what's going on. So his spells are actually casted with charisma, not wisdom.
Oh, interesting.
Is
Mine
what
too,
I
actually.
believe. I believe he's a charisma caster. So he has a +2 for that, and then a +2 for proficiency. So when he attacks somebody, he adds a 4. That's what.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. All right.
That's
we figured
where
out.
we're doing it wrong. Charisma
Yeah.
and wisdom. Okay.
Yeah,
That's what was going on. All right. So this guy has to make a 12, or otherwise he can't continue to grapple or to grapple this guy and carry him with. And he fails. So he's like yanking on this guy, and magically Rain's not moving. And as he goes to, he kind of tumbles backwards down the stairs because he slips off as he's trying to. So Rain's just standing. He's still under the spell currently, but he's just standing. Yep. So the acolyte looks at you and goes, "Oh, you think your amazing paladin powers are gonna save you?" And he is going to, as an action, he's going to go ahead and cast again on you. So he does hit again. You see the same flame kind of rise up over you, and you take 1 damage. So
Wait, I thought with Shank's Sanctuary he can't attack me again, or no?
he
That's
can
not.
attack you. You
Oh,
didn't cast it on yourself.
Okay, right. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So he attacks you, and then as his bonus action, he's going to go ahead and make that wisdom saving throw to hold concentration. So I think he has to beat a 12. He fails. So Rain comes to, and he's like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And it is now your turn.
So now I am in striking distance of the wizard.
Yep, you can move up to 10 feet, or you can move up to 30 feet, but 10 feet's all you need to get to him, and then make an attack.
Yeah, so I'm gonna attack the robed wizard
Okay.
with my giant schlong.
You have a Morning Star.
That's what we've named it.
Oh, okay. Giant long.
Yep, giant schlong.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for your attack.
Rolling.
Solid.
Slapped his face right off.
All right.
See ya, bitch.
What do you want to do to this guy? Like in your head, what do you want what do you want to happen to this guy? You just critical. Roll your damage real quick. Actually, don't. Don't even worry about it. What do you want to do to this guy?
Um, devastation. Um, you know, we're not about I guess doing anything heinous or torturous. But you know, we're gonna send a message here, and this is really our first journey and our first fucking tussle. And we really want to show Rain that 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 we're here to party. Um, so you know, end it quickly. Slice of the head, decapitation. Just a quick jump, acrobatic move.
So as you walk up this guy, you come up the stairs. He looks at you and he says, "Wait, don't come any closer." And you, as he's saying that, you just jump up and swing your mace as hard as possible. The head of your Morning Star hits him in the cheek, and you watch teeth come flying out the side of his head. Just so much power. As you drive through it, the Morning Star sticks, and his body hasn't quite given up yet. And you rip this guy's head off of his shoulders, and it's stuck to your Morning.
Beautiful thing. So, and then I'll pull the head off the Morning Star, and as I'm sitting there, and then his body just falls over slowly. Now that the gravity takes hold, and the body falls to the floor, and the blood's pouring out of his neck. I just take the head off, throw it down, and look at Rain and say, "Let's get the hell out of here."
Rain looks at you and he goes, "Good job, kid." All excited and happy for you. And as he says that, you see 4 sets of hands grab him by the legs and tear him down the.
Holy shit. At that moment, you said they tear him down the stairs, so now he's getting torn down.
Oh, he's all the way downstairs. Yeah, he's downstairs. There, 4 people just dragged him out from upstairs.
Is the room still well lit? Like
Yeah,
the room I'm in?
and you're not in any danger right now. So you're not in a combat. So I'm not. Your initiative's over. You're outside of combat. You're in no danger as of right now. I apologize. There's the guy shambling behind you. So it's gonna be his turn. So he's gonna make his way towards you and use his. He's gonna sprint towards you, just making it to you, but he's not gonna get an attack.
And how far are these stairs from me?
About 20 feet.
All right, so we still have one more guy in here. I'm gonna attack him.
All right, go ahead and roll. He just looks at you. His face just drooling. And then you add your strength to that, I believe. So it'll be a 19. Go ahead and roll damage. So your damage is 1d8 plus 4.
Wait, what?
You're gonna roll a d8 and add 4 to it.
So okay. Seven.
Okay, so 7. So you cleave this guy, but he's still standing. He looks pretty messed up though. But he's still standing. So he's gonna go ahead on his turn and make an attack on you. And he misses again. He literally, this guy cannot touch you. You're like Randy Moss against the fucking New York Giants. They can't touch you.
At that point, I'm laughing at this dude. Like I'm laughing at this dude, and there's just like some kind of a mug or something of some kind of a beverage on the table, one of the tables near me, and I just take it and swig it, and I throw it right at his face.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack. You want to throw it or you want to hit him with it?
Just oh wow. I just rolled a 4. I would just like not an attack, just like tossing it at him in disgust and as a show of embarrassment, similar to biting my thumb.
So you toss it and it lands probably it lands like 5 feet behind him. Like you completely botched this short toss. Absolutely botched it. He looks behind him and looks back at you and he's like, so
That's why I
um,
wasn't an archer.
he's gonna go ahead and move towards the stairs, and so you get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, we're gonna finish this right here,
So
right
go ahead
now.
and there you go.
19er.
So go ahead and roll damage. Actually, I don't think you. Look, go ahead and roll damage.
Was
Four,
that?
it's 11.
Yeah.
So you, as this guy's making his way from you, you take your axe or your sword and you straight just cleave this guy with it, and his you cut him in half basically. Um, as you do that though, he gets one more step out of him, drops down to his knee, and his body just splits in half, and you just see the insides, this purple goo, spill out of it.
I want to investigate the purple goo. Like what? So what's going on with this goo? So he's a humanoid, right? You said that these people are humanoids, but there's just something not quite right. So I'm curious as to what's going on with this goo.
Okay. You can roll like just a straight up arcana, or you can roll a
Yeah, we can do that.
or
Let's
you
do that.
can do detect evil if you want, and that would kind of explain it.
Yeah, let's do that. We're detecting evil. So we're gonna roll. 18.
An 18. So you realize that if this is just this creature's blood, but it's been tainted, and you can tell that it's been tainted by something not from this world.
Can we see if we can do anything to remedy the blood to get it to return to its normal state? Like, is there anything that we can do to see if these people are saved or if they're are these corrupted or poisoned humans, or are these a type of species or race that I'm just unfamiliar with? So, I mean, is there anything that we can do to, possibly use our knowledge of medicine
Yeah.
on the
Go ahead,
blood?
go ahead and roll me a medicine.
I've had some good rolls recently. Oh my Jesus.
So as you like walk up to go collect this blood to see if there's something you can do with it, you slip in it. And
Wha-
you fall down between this guy's corpse and just get covered in this purple mucus blood. You don't feel any effects, but you are disgusted. You're absolutely disgusted.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm picking myself up, kind of wiping myself off, and realize that I don't have time to waste. I got to go find Rain.
Okay. So so you walk down into the downstairs of um this you know area, and it's all stone block walling, and when you get down there it's relatively a small room. It's probably like 15 by 15, and standing in the middle is Rain, and all the people around him are dead. He's got four bodies spread around him, and he just looks at you and says, "Are we good to go?"
Yeah. Room's clear upstairs. Let's get the hell out of here. This has already been too much. We got to get out of here.
Sounds good. So you guys, he kind of brushes himself off a little bit, and then you guys leave. He looks at you and goes, "I think we should grab a room for the night."
Where? Here in this building?
No, he's thinking like you need to look for a local tavern like that where you can rent a room.
Yeah, let's find it in and get some rest. I wasn't anticipating this. We came in here for a bite to eat. Honestly, I went through 2 different times of thinking that you were dead tonight. So let's just go to sleep, please.
Okay. So you guys go to the local tavern. There's a bunch of people there. And he's like, "Don't worry, I'll get the room." And so he walks up to the bartender, does a little chatting, and comes back and goes, "Here's your key. I got my own."
Why are we doing separate rooms? You got money like that, Rain?
Well, I am a paladin of noble blood.
Yeah, what'd you have to do to get 2 rooms?
Nothing. There's only one bed in each room. Are you trying to cuddle?
Well, no. But if you
He
get
wants
lonely,
a big spoon.
if you get lonely, I mean, I have been known to keep people warm, you know what I'm saying?
All right. So you guys head up to your rooms and you take off your armor. He takes off his armor. You guys go to bed.
And you guys cuddle a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of cuddling.
You guys go to separate rooms. You try to make a move on like entering his room and being like, "We didn't really need to pay for 2," and he's like, "No, leave."
Wait, so did we make arrangements for the girl downstairs to take her turns no?
Only
right.
paladins.com.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
So you guys go to sleep. We're gonna go ahead and cut over to Zerg Clawbender. Zerg, you're fast asleep still. It's probably like 7, 8 o'clock at night. The sun's just going down, and you're fast asleep. When all of a sudden something grabs you by the foot and pulls you out of the burrow you're in.
Well, this is horse shit.
As you're getting dragged out, like you're scraping, you're trying to like grab something to not get pulled out of this. You get out, and this big mean old badger's just staring at you, hissing.
Jeez. Oh fuck! I forgot this was a honey badger hole.
So go ahead. He's gonna go ahead and make an attack on you. I don't think he's gonna hit very good, but does a
23.
does a 13 hit?
I almost shit my pants.
No. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so that was his attack.
Yep.
Shite. And I have my weapons and.
So as an action, you
yeah.
are gonna have to stand up. So he's gonna get to attack you one more time before you can hit him.
I'm a monk. I don't need to stand up to an attack.
Yes, you do. So, just so you know, you're gonna have to stand up your turn in order to attack him.
No, that's not
Okay.
how this works.
Okay.
All right, so I am gonna stand up and use my attack to stand up, but I'm a monk. Do I have to hit for my first attack to hit to use my second attack?
I think you have to actually make an attack action.
I think you're right, but I'm not 100% sure.
Read it. Are you able to see your character sheet now?
Well, I saved the PDF, so I was able to just have that, but I can't click into it and change anything. I have to change it in my PDF. So
So you have to make the attack action for Flurry of Blows. However, I will let you do this. I will let you, with disadvantage, try to make a tail attack on it.
I was actually gonna. That was my next. I was gonna say I'm gonna try doing a
With
tail attack.
disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll take the disadvantage. I got a tail. Well, no, I still. All right, so yeah, you're letting me do it while I stand up.
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
With disadvantage, I'll let you make that attack because it's like a part of your body. So as you're standing up, that can kind of act freely as long as you control it. But you're doing another action, so I'm making. Yeah, so you hit. Go ahead and roll damage. It's 1d6 plus 2. Oh yeah.
8
So
damage.
so you punch this. You punch this this badger.
I tail whip the shit out of
Oh
this
yeah, you
badger.
tail whip the shit out of this badger, and as you hit him, you just hear, and it flips backwards, and it's dead. It's straight up dead. So
That's a powerful tail. That's the best tail that badger's ever got.
So yeah, you can start heading towards the Tournament of Power.
It's the
or
best
Tournament
tail
of
that badger's ever
Temple of
got.
Talia, or I mean, you can try to salve
I'm
it.
gonna fucking eat this badger, dude. What are you talking about? I haven't ate all morning and you just pissed me off, woke me up.
Okay, go ahead and give me a
There's my rations for the week. I don't need to
Right.
steal no
Are
rations.
you trying to like save him, like cook him and save him, or are you trying to cook him to eat him right now?
I'm a kobold. I don't need to cook him, dude. I'm just gonna eat him.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and go ahead and roll an attack for me. Just do an attack, like a bite.
David,
So, like a
real quick,
1d4?
what color are you? Like, if you had to predict your character as a color, what color is your aura?
Purple. Pink.
Well, this is very red. Ig is very pink.
Okay.
Rose gold. You gotta do the roll thing, bud. That's great. You have a D6, and you gotta roll a D20. It's an attack. All right, so you like tear the arms and legs off this thing and just go to town, and you feel like you replenish some of that damage that you had taken the night before. So you feel fully like you're full. You're good to go. There wasn't much left though. I
That was
mean,
a pretty
you didn't
good
have
badger, though.
you don't have much left. So
That's like a luxury. We don't get that often down there.
So you go ahead and you take off from here, and you start on your journey to the Temple of Talia, and you are making your way just fine, and you get to a town. It's still dark, but the sun's starting to come up. You can choose to like get a room or find another burrow to go into, or you can look around a little bit. You do notice that as you come into town, the sun's coming up, and you see a lot of drow heading for buildings. Like they're trying to get out of the daylight.
What kind of buildings do I see? Are they like huts? Are they like actual buildings?
Yeah, Yeah, these are stone built buildings. You notice that
I'm gonna stand here in awe. I haven't seen a village like this ever before. Like I'm gonna sit here and take in the moment. This is mesmerizing. Like the craftability of these people. It's quite ingenious. Not as good as the Drow, but it's kind of genius.
yeah. So as you're standing there in awe, you see, like I said, you're seeing Drow just go into buildings, and you're not innately a target for them. You're pretty worthless in the eyes of a Drow. Um, but you do notice that they're all kind of funneling towards one building, and there's like 10 of them.
Is there any like distinct markings on this building that I can see? Like maybe is this like a tavern maybe or
Will you roll me a perception check? An Arcana, actually. Roll me an Arcana. Okay. What's your intelligence?
-1?
So that was a 13. You noticed some runes and sigils on the side of this that you had noticed when you went into the other Drow encampment in the mountain. You also notice that this building, among other buildings, is very smooth stone, very handcrafted. It's one of the nicest buildings in town.
I mean, I guess I could go and take a banter at what this is.
Okay, so you want to go to where 10 Drow just walked in
No, not in. I want to go and like walk
towards it. Okay.
towards it just to see if I can't get a better glimpse of what's going on. Like maybe even if I can hear anything.
Sure. You actually see that there's some boxes stacked up around this and a small window. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check. You go to
7.
climb up. You go to climb up on these boxes to look in this window, and the boxes fall over, making a ton of noise. And you hear these Drow, almost in unison, going, "What was that? What was that? Let's go check it out." And you just hear footsteps start heading towards the door.
How close is the nearest building? That's not this building.
You're like 5 to 10 feet, so you could probably run away and hide pretty easily.
I'm gonna not try to ninja roll or do anything ninja, but I'm gonna run to the other building and like hide around a corner.
Hide around a corner. You want to just keep moving away from this building, or do you want to
Yeah,
just like
like
wait?
I don't really like want to look back. I don't want to act like suspicious. I'm just gonna walk and like I didn't even hear a thing, bro.
Okay. Give Go ahead and give me a performance check as you walk out onto the street, acting like nothing happened. Performance
Oh,
is
+3.
+3, so that's a 18. Good deal. So as you strut your shit out on this road, and you actually are ballsy enough, you turn back towards it and walk up like towards them and go, "What happened here?" And the Drow look at you and they're like, "Someone was trying to get into our building." And did you see anything?
I'm new here. I just literally came up like I was just trying to like look for an inn. I obviously can't read what this says, so no, I didn't see anything. I was on my way to the street over there to see what that sign says. I'm not very good at reading.
Go ahead and give me a deception. Corey, you'll get these one day. you'll get this one day. You got an 8. So these guys are pretty like caught up in what's going on with them that they don't think you're telling the truth, but at the same time that they're too busy trying to find who just came by, and they do leave you alone. But one of them looks at you and go, "Turn away and never come back."
Okay, can you at least tell me where the inn is?
Yeah, so you're gonna go like 3 streets down and take a left. 2
Before
buildings
he
over.
even finishes, I'm gonna start scurrying out.
2 buildings to the left. It's on your right.
Give him the thumbs up. Thanks, bro. Sorry. Good luck with your cause. If I hear anything, I'll let you know.
All right, so you head towards the end. You walk in. It's kind of bright in here. It's kind of bright in here, even for you, or for you. You haven't quite made your glasses. You haven't taken the time to sit down and make your glasses, so you're a little blinded. But it's just like hazy. You're like, that's kind of bright.
Blinded by the light.
Light. So when you walk in, you hear a bunch of clamoring and stuff going on, and what do you do?
Once again, first time being in a new place like this, I'm gonna stop and look around. Is there any open tables, but by people, so I can eavesdrop just because I want to learn about town?
Okay. As you're sitting there, like amazed, you do have a dwarf walk in the room, and he stumbles past you and says, "Hey, buddy, get out of the way!"
Sorry, sir, my bad. Yeah, sir, yeah.
He's pretty intoxicated. He keeps walking. It was more like a Brooklyn hello. So he walks right behind you and sits down at a table with a drow and a dragonborn. Or well, you can tell what the so your character can tell what the drow is, and you can tell that that's a short person but a little taller than you, because I don't know if you know what a dwarf is yet.
No, I've only
Yeah.
heard of them on like in
And
the
then-
scrolls and shit. I haven't seen them yet.
Right, so that other guy, your creature would be looking at it and go, "What the hell is that thing?" Like, I thought I was
Yeah,
cool, like I thought
that's
I was cool
creepy.
looking. That guy's fucking sweet looking. He looks like a real dragon, right?
Oh no, I would know what dragonborns, because kobolds are like roughly the nerdy Alabamian cousins of dragonborns.
All right, so then you know what a dragonborn is.
Yeah,
So-
like I'm his incest cousin.
So you see that, and so you walk over to him. You do see that there's a table. That's what I'm trying to say. You do see that there's a table nearby if you wanted to eavesdrop on them, since you kind of had an interaction with them and you know what they all are.
Yeah, and I would like to hear more of as the first time actually seeing a dragonborn though.
So you sit down at the. You have a +3 for charisma, by the way. You are a fucking gorgeous kobold, by the way.
Yeah, bro, dude, you don't get these handsome jawlines from nothing.
Just saying, like, I didn't realize you had a fucking +3 for charisma. You're sitting there dapper as fuck for a kobold.
Should have been a bard.
So you sit down. You sit down at the table next to him. And this big-breasted lady walks up next to you with a server tray. Okay.
I don't even know what to say. This is new to me.
And she goes, "Honey, what can I get you?" Are you physically touching her breast?
No,
Okay.
no. Can I get a water?
Sure. We can get you a water. That'll be just a minute. I'll be back. And she walks away.
I just think to myself, wow, this is weird. These people are so nice. It's like
Uh,
living in the north and then like
like
going to the
even the
south.
dwarf was like, "Hey, buddy, watch it." You were like,
Yeah.
"Wow, thanks, dude."
Yeah, I'm like, oh, sorry, sir.
So you you sit down and you're hanging out. Go ahead and give me a perception check to see if you can listen in on the conversation. Not only are you blind, but you're deaf right now. Dude, you can't hear shit. You're so mesmerized by what's going on around you. There's so many noises that you're not used to. Your little dragon head, like dragonkin head, is just like,
This makes much sense though. Like this is all new. Like I've only seen this shit on parchments.
uh, yeah. So you're definitely not listening on that conversation, bud. Did you want to? So the lady comes back around and she goes, "Here you go, cutie. Here's your water," and sets it down in front of you. Says, "Can we get you a room for the night?"
Uh, uh, y- yeah. How much does that cost?
For you, Suge, we'll give you like, if you got a gold to spare, you can have a room. Started.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not even sure if you started with any money. Oh, you didn't.
I didn't put anything in there, bro. I was totally about to say I just totally robbed some from a gnome on the gnome parties.
Hold on one second. Do you want a Dungeoneer or an Explorer's pack?
Probably explorers.
Okay.
I feel like I would have most dungeoneering items since I live in the Underdark.
I don't. So you don't have any gold. So what are you gonna do to try and get this? Like you could try to con your way into it.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm running a bit low on okay, yeah, my persuasion's good. Okay. Yeah, I'm running a bit low on funds here. I'm on the way to I look back at the note and tell her about I'm on my way to the tournament, you see. Uh
Oh, what are you going there for, Shug?
I happen to get this letter and it says if you have this letter, do not miss this, so I'm
You have
doing
to
it.
be you have to be pretty important to get invited to that.
Yeah, but important doesn't mean I have money. So what I'm getting at is um does your and this is no disrespect either, and like I just know how it is. Does your cellar have any like rat problems or anywhere around have like, problems or issues with rodents?
Well, we don't have an issue with rodents, and I can get you a room tonight if you're saying you don't have any money.
I mean, I guess I could do your dishes.
Well, the owner of this tavern is a very big boned lady, and she needs a little assistance.
I'm not taking one for the team.
Okay. Okay. Uh. All right.
She's gonna get
You say that, and her face goes from like super like sparkly to kind of like sad. Like, we understand. She's like, if you promise not to get anything, we'll let you stay in the base. Like, get into anything.
That's much obliged. That's like 5 stars compared to where I'm from. Thanks, sweetheart.
All right, so you head down in the basement. You make your little camp. Your choice if you'd like to go through things. Obviously, knowing that you just made a promise. Your choice.
Did we shake on it? I'm not gonna like go through things, but I am gonna like observe. Like this is once again first time in the cellar. Like I want to take mental note of all these things.
Okay.
Uh,
You can roll an investigate check. The room you're in is pretty wide open, but there are some boxes in the corner and a couple shelves with things that you might not be able to see. Like at first glance, it's kind of dark down here. They don't have any lanterns lighting up this area. You just have the one little lantern right next to you, so it's illuminating things. But you definitely have to. You would have to roll perception to be able to.
and this place is like quite a few blocks away from that drow house, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull out my gnome goggles that I got.
What a
And,
fucking.
You said what? How was the band on the back of that? You said.
So they're too big for you, but it's just a leather strap that this guy had made to hold these goggles onto them. So you might be able to cut the leather down and reattach it, or something along those lines, or even maybe not even cut it, but just like pinch it so that it fits you if you wanted to. If you wanted to do something like that, you could rest for the night, but before you rest, we could have you, make a makeshift. Well, it's actually rest for the day because it's going to be daytime.
Right, right. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably just mess with that and get it to form my head so because within this tournament I'm gonna have to start changing my sleep arrangements, I think. So I gotta start getting used to it sooner than later.
Okay.
So
So go. Uh, so go ahead and no, you're good. No roll on that. Before you fall asleep, you're just trying to figure out how to get these things to fit your head. In the basement, you find a small metal bob, like a small metal clip, and you fashion it over the back of this and tighten it to the back of your head, and you've made these makeshift goblins. So go ahead and add those to your. All right. You're gonna spend the night here and get on the road tomorrow morning. And the next person we've got Ig. Ig, you're currently you were making your way out of town. I think did you end up resting for a minute? So you're making your way out of town, and you just hear in the back of your head, "Yay, an adventure! I haven't left town in a while."
I'm just gonna sigh and just keep pretending he's not there.
Oh, you can pretend all you want, Ig. I'm gonna be here for a long time.
Oh boy.
So, as you leave town, you're the road from where you're at is actually relatively closer than everyone else. So you're leaving a good little bit early or later than everyone, but you're gonna get there about the same time, right? So you've only got like a 4 days travel. So that being said, you start making your way on this out of town. Is there anywhere you want to stop? This town is like your home. You know everything like the back of your hand. So is there anywhere you want to stop? Anyone you want to talk to before we leave town?
I think I'll go, if I can, hit up my hometown on the way there. If it's on the way. If not, not a big deal. I'll probably just stop and like,
What was your hometown again?
oh, it's some no-name town. Notes.
That's okay. So yeah, we can say your hometown's on the way to the temple. It's not far out of your way. You got to go a little bit. There's a fork in the road, and you got to go off to the right. But there's another fork that brings you back. So you're
Right.
going a little bit out of your way, maybe adding half a day travel. But so you head to that. Huh?
That's
That's
fine.
fine. So you head to that town, and you walk in to your hometown, and it's exactly how you left. Nothing's changed, right? Almost eerily, nothing changed. And you hear in the back of your mind, you hear in the back of your head, "Wow, this is where you came from." Sad, as he like kind of disappears as he's finishing that word.
Well, at least we agree on something. And I'm gonna go try to find what used to be like Dad's house, and I'm assuming,
Is this dad like as in farmer dad?
yeah, Farmer
Papa, is that you?
Dad.
So
And
you know where you're at. Like there's no, I'm not gonna have you look for nothing. You know where you're at. So you're heading back
right,
to family. Okay.
I'm
So
just
you roll.
gonna like stash some coins in probably like a mailbox, or something. Like put some shit where he'd find it, where I don't think anyone else would really mess with it.
So you're not going to meet him. You just want to deliver.
Yeah, I just want to like bribe him, like thanks for putting up with my bullshit.
Okay. How much are you leaving him?
Um, well, I got like 50 left, so I'll leave him like 4 gold, because he probably that's probably a lot for a shitty farm town. And then I'll probably go leave 8 or 6 gold at my brother's. Probably try to avoid him as well.
8 or 6 gold. Which one?
Let's do 6, make an even 10 split.
They're gonna die now because they're rich.
Oh,
So
yeah.
oh, by the way, dollar store, multicolored pens. Each of you has a special color. I'm writing each of your like
That
notes.
almost looks like a dildo.
Hey, fuck you. What I do with my free time is none of your damn business.
Silver
There.
bullet rocket ship.
Um, but I'm writing each of yours in a different color. So like, once you guys like right now you're on separate pages for like your backstories. But once you guys get together, I can like make note for you specifically in your color.
I like it.
Yeah, for $1 at the dollar store, by the way. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you guys. Leatherworking. Made a leather-bound journal.
That looks dope.
Yeah, I made it myself. It was cool. The cricket's kind of cool. I fucked it up, but I fixed it, so it's all good. So you leave your gold. You do notice like an eerie, like yellowish green light coming from your brother's house.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want that guy to get fucked up and caught up in my bullshit, so I'd probably check it out.
Okay. As you get closer to the building, this comes up, and he's like, "Something doesn't feel right here."
Yeah, no shit. It's not like they have lights here in fucking Cowville.
Okay. As you walk up, there's a window you could peek into if you want to. If you want to roll a stealth, otherwise you can just walk in the door. It's your call.
Um, this is nowhere. I already stick out more than most of these people. I'm just gonna kick in the door, not literally, but like go check on him.
Okay, so as you walk in the front door, you immediately turn your head to the fireplace, which is burning yellow and green. And you look to your left, and your big burly brother is just plowing one of the barmaids in town.
Oh, well, things have progressed nicely, and I'm gonna walk back out the door.
he calls you. He goes, "Hey, Iggy, come back, Iggy."
It's like college all over again.
Hey, man.
He wraps up into a blanket. Iggy, I haven't seen you in forever. How have you been?
Oh, thank God for the blanket, right? Good. Good. Still living here. Really close to Dad, I see.
Yeah, me and Darla got hitched a couple years ago, and we just decided to stay. Dad gave us half the farmland. I built this little, we had this little building out here. Turned it into our house.
Oh, please don't tell me that's the same barmaid from last time I visited. Yeah, good for you
Da-
guys.
Darla's new. Darla's new.
Oh, good. Oh, God. What was the name of that other one? He was a mess. That was not good.
Bridget. Yeah, Bridget was awful.
What?
Uh,
Large tracts of land.
well, what brings you to town, brother? What are you doing?
Well, I came to bribe Dad on his silence, so no one knows I live here or lived here. I guess here's your share.
That's. Thank you so much. I
Yeah?
can go buy 4 more cows with this.
Do you not get all the money I send you?
You send money?
You don't receive money?
No.
All right. Well,
I've been living off this shitty little farm for many years. Darla brings in more money than this farm does.
I really hope that that's working at the bar. Well, I'm gonna have to
roll a perception check for me.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so you look around and you don't notice anything really out of place, other than the fact that Darla doesn't look right. She's hefty, very hefty.
That's penis.
She's very hefty and has a earring on the top of her ear that is made of leather and
How
has a
green
number
is
on it.
Okay, so she's probably brown or black and white. Okay, well at least she's not green. And she wants some more money. Oh my god. There's a reason I left this fucking town. Why? Why? Oh,
Did you come get me to go on an adventure with you?
no. No. I need you to stay here and take care of Dad. Please tell me you're at least feeding them.
Who, Dad?
Yeah.
Dad hasn't been home in a couple of years.
Okay. Time out. A, you're not receiving regular money. B, Dad hasn't been here in 2 years. And C, you haven't told me this?
I barely make enough to keep this farm going, and you want me to send fucking carrier pigeons to come get you?
Oh my god, dude. If
And to be fair, Ig, you don't exactly put your name on things. So even if I got gold or money, how would I know it's from you?
because it's probably worth more than your cows.
I don't know. Darla brings in a lot of money.
Well, at least we're no longer sheep fuckers.
No, we moved up in the world. We moved up.
Oh, Jesus.
Dad told me he left town.
Or Sunny Elsa.
Dad left town. He got called
Where did
into.
Dad go?
He got called into. Hold on, I gotta remember the name of the town. He got called into Kingdom High God. Apparently, they're having issues with their cows, and ours is so prosperous, because we, and so they want to know what we're doing out here.
Does Dad know what you're doing out here?
Oh, Darla's dad's ex-wife.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, it's
Keep it in the family.
Dude, I thought kobolds were like the races or the inbreds.
Holy shit.
Nah, humans got that covered.
Oh,
Dad always said you never get rid of your best cow.
I think he said heifer.
oh.
Heifer. So, you're just standing here, kind of in awe of what's going on, and you know, you didn't expect this, and something tells you that they didn't expect this to be how it turned out, but that on your walk up here, that the farmland didn't look like it was in good health.
All right.
This comes in, and he's just like, I'm a devil, and honestly, what the fuck is going on here?
Are you throwing up in my mouth, or am I throwing up in my mouth? Which one of us is this?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Oh my god, this is why I left this fucking town.
I think we should just move on. I think we need to get out before you fucking cows.
But no, you're fucking cows. I'm fucking dead. Either way, take the money. I have nothing else to say. I'll see you in 6 months. Maybe less. I don't know. How long does 6 gold last? I put 4.
Oh, those next 4 cows are gonna get me at least 2 years. I already have my eyes on a Bridget, a Denise, and a Stella, and a Ariel.
This is utterly ridiculous.
I get what you
4
said
gold.
there. I get it.
Utterly.
It's 4 gold underneath Dad's door. Go get it.
You're gonna give me 4 more gold? Now I can get Bernice like I wanted. She's
Dude.
a big old girl.
Oh, good. Good for Bernice. But you're running Dad's farm now, too. You can't. Oh, God. Are you. Who the fuck's running town? You know what?
No one-
Don't tell me. I don't want to fucking know. I'm gonna start backpedaling quickly. And does that fire still seem weird to me, or is it just like?
Are you saying this out loud? Are you asking him if the fire seems weird, or are you just like asking me?
I'm kind of asking this, I guess, at this point in myself, in my head, because this shit's so fucked. Oh my god. Never go home.
As you look around, this is like studying that fire, and he goes, "Looks like he threw a little copper in there to spicing up the mood."
Well, at least it's only that. God damn.
All right, so, all right, brother. Well, we were in the middle of something, so
Yeah, well, I wouldn't hug you, so, well, I guess you kind of already covered that. I'm just gonna close my eyes and pretend I never saw any of this, and pretend you never told me any of this, and I was never here, as usual.
yeah. Who are you? And he walks away.
Part of me wonders if he was actually serious there, and then I'm gonna walk away.
All right. Where do you head?
I'm just gonna like curse to myself, like, why did I even bother? And then I'm like, who am I gonna have to kill to get all this fucking money back? Who have I been sending money to? And then I'm just gonna keep fucking going and probably listen to this like hurl insults at me about how stupid I am. And I'm not gonna disagree with him at this point. Oh man.
So as you go to leave town, a sheep walks up to you, and he goes, "Where are you going?"
Oh my god. Am I tripping fucking balls today? What is going? Hi, sheep.
Nice to meet you.
I I think it's a bad time. can, can I just go, please?
You walk away, and he's like, "Is it something I said?" and you just keep walking. So as you can tell, town has taken a turn for the worst, and it was a nowhere town, and now it's less of a town than it was.
I am really questioning how mentally stable I am at this point.
All right, so you guys all take off, and it's the next morning. You know, you guys do your couple days of travel, and you show up. Each of you shows up to this big temple, kind of, few minutes, maybe an hour apart from each other. You show up to this big, enclosed rotunda type building. It's got a big coliseum ceiling, fully enclosed, with some massive pillars up front. And as you walk through the front gates, we are going to call it for the night.
I'm gonna end on one more pun, and I'm gonna say, "This it."
This
Can we assume that it's been a couple days? We've been rested and
yeah, you guys all have all your stuff back. It's a fresh day. Your foot's healed. It's been a couple days of you traveling.
Man, the miracles of long rest.
Better than your knee.
An arrow in your knee. Is that what you meant? Sam, you actually, as you walked through the woods, found a place and got your foot looked at, got it fixed, and headed to the temple.
okay. Did I start assuming that like on my way back that like that note might not have been for me? Because they didn't take anything from me, they took my friend and left.
The note that was originally left for you at your shop.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to think of it that way, however, it was left at your shop, and Tea Tree doesn't have any affiliation with your town. He is not from your city. He is from a much bigger city.
So
called
I can
called Golden Apple.
so on the same side of that, that's more like thinking out loud is like I might see him again more as like a ransom type of thing. It's like I'm not the type of guy that's gonna let my friend just be taken.
Right. You're unsure at this point.
Okay.
All you know is that you had somewhere to be, and that your background would push you to finish what you were doing, since there was no real directive of how to save him.
Okay.
So there's really no.
That's why.
What?
Oh, nothing. My mic gain was turned up, and that's why it was fuzzy. But I think I fucked up when I rested on this sheet.
Why?
'Cause now I have 25 max hit points. It was at 28. I was 28 to 33. I hit long rest on this page, and I clearly did something I shouldn't have.
Let me.
Corey, would you consider your aura red? You're a kobold, or just take a look at the picture I posted. Like, I'm assuming paladin, god of the sun, yellow. Tile I just picked
Orange?
green.
You should do orange. Man,
Yeah, I'm down with red.
Okay.
I mean, I like the way it is right there. It looks pretty tits.
Cool.
What happens?
you should switch us. Give him green. That's his favorite color.
Oh, between you and Corey?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one looks more like an orange.
That works too. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
All right. I fixed your HP, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
That's weird that a long rest. Oh, see, okay, when you hit long rest, it pops up something on the side and it says reset
Yeah.
maximum HP. No, you don't want to ever do.
Yeah, I realize that now.
Yep. So don't do that because you're not resetting it. Your maximum HP is. It's just it doesn't let you edit it like that clearly, and we'll fix that later on. I just don't. I've never used it.
Right.
My question is, you can roll on here. Oh, and it rolls in. So if I'm staring at my character sheet on whatchamacallit and you hit roll, it'll roll for everyone.
Send me a link, the link again for that in the Discord if you can.
For the campaign.
Yeah, see if I can't try doing that this way to see if it'll open.
Oh, that's super cool though.
I didn't know that it.
So if everybody has their character sheet open in this campaign and you click roll for everyone, it rolls. And then like I could roll only to you if I wanted to, Kyle.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
And it said, yeah,
But I
just
don't
told
have
me.
a character sheet, which is the weird. Do that.
You might be able to just go into the campaign rather than needing to see the character sheet.
Sam, go ahead and roll a dice while you're on. Hold on, let me get into someone. Go ahead and roll.
Got a 6.
Yeah, it shows in the top corner.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, it's in
looking
the
at that.
game. It's in the game log. Okay, cool. So I could be looking at you guys. It'll show.
Cool. Cool.
So we could probably do that, but it doesn't actually roll dice for us, just you guys. Just so you know. So, but yeah, so let's just recap before everyone gets out of here. What do we think?
A little disappointed with myself, but I had a lot of fun. I like seeing everybody's kind of backstory, and I like the characters. I like that David's got split personality at this point.
Hey,
Yeah,
I had to do something
that's
weird.
great.
Yeah.
He's like, explain why you have a patron, and I was just like writing the story, and it seemed to fit so well. And I was like, what would happen if you actually won that bet?
Right.
Like,
Yeah, you won it, so you got his soul in your body.
right, which is not good.
No, right? It was a lose-lose for you.
Right.
When you told me that, I was like, that's awesome.
I kind of loved it. The more I thought about it, the more I was like, this is so great.
Yeah. I have
Like,
a lot of
even if I-
internal conflict right now.
Right.
Because like my friend's gone, and like that's something that's like I would die for my friends, but like at the same time it's like I have something that I've committed to at this point, which is
Well, it's
also
also-
like the driving force of my personality. So it's like I don't know what to do.
Well, what's also interesting is all of us picked separately that we were driven by friendship,
Mm-hmm.
like completely separately. So
Yeah.
like,
You're driven by friendship?
in a way, I'm driven like for family, and my like bonds are like my family and my friends come first. I think if I remember reading that properly. Now I gotta go double check. But like everyone else has like a specific friend, and mine's like my brother, who I don't really talk to. So I'm just like,
Who fucks cows? Let's be real here.
I like
I'm
how
glad
you
I
didn't
rolled a 3, because any higher and I would not have liked that.
Wait, what did I have you roll for?
Perception, to see what I noticed about his wife.
Oh. Yeah, so like you could tell she was a cow. But
Oh
like
yeah.
She
But,
was
like,
a milking cow,
but
though,
there-
not
but
a
it's-
beef cow.
Well, he's the beef cow.
Honestly, that was. I had no idea that was gonna happen. You were like, "Let's go to my hometown." I was like, "The fuck do I do with this, David? I don't know your hometown."
Dude, no, I loved it. It was perfect. It's the same shit I would pull on you, so it's what I deserve.
So each of you, I started like you guys gave me your backstory. We walked through your backstory, and then as you noticed, I went around the table and then came back around, and you guys each had something go on, you know, with each interaction, whether it was a fight or whatever. Um, so and that's I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity to make your story what you wanted, but then also surprise you, especially with Craig being relatively new. I wanted to show him a little bit more of like the surprise behind it. Like not everything's gonna be planned, obviously. Fucking cow fucker, family member over there.
Hey, you got to get it where you can get it, brother. You know.
So, the only I loved it. I think it went great. I think we all had a good time for sure. Um,
No, that was solid.
I think it took a little more time than I was hoping to get through each of you because it seemed like since I started with Sam, right?
Yeah.
Since I started with Sam, he had to wait through three other. It took 40 minutes to get through the other 3 people. So
Yeah,
it's
that
like
was four and a
didn't
half
think-
hours or so. 4 hours.
Yeah, so I didn't think that through, but I also didn't. I felt like you guys were relatively interested in other people's stories, so
Yeah.
I think
Craig, I really
Yeah,
liked
and
how
in
you're.
sitting that long, you were able to like soak in everyone's story too. Like, so
Yeah.
it was kind of worth sitting there. Like, obviously, we know we're all fresh playing with each other too, so like it's
Right.
we're all feeling it out.
Craig, I like that you're brand new to your paladin status as well. So like the questions you're actually asking, you're just asking your mentor. You're like, "What the fuck are we doing, dude? Like, are we getting
Yeah.
food? Like, do I need to kill someone? What are we doing?"
Yeah,
Like-
I feel like, just making it natural. Someone young is natural. I'm new to this. This person's going to be new to this. So
Mhm.
it should all come naturally, hopefully, come organically.
that was his idea too. Like I prepped each of you a little bit. Like David, I've had the least amount. It's funny because you had the story and everything done early, but I've had the
Right.
least amount of time to talk to you.
Right. Well, I went out of town last week
Right.
and started that
So-
new job, but
But it worked out because like your story, I was intrigued from the beginning. Like so I had things going in my head of like what I wanted to happen, and
well,
stuff like
I
that.
always try to leave it open ended. So like I have an idea and I try to like make my idea solid and then give you leeway to adjust where it fits into your story.
Right. And apparently cow fucking was in my story. So.
Hey, dude, that's fine. I thought that was great. As much as Ig was like, "Oh God, why am I here?"
Yeah.
He knows why he's there. He's just mad that that's why he's there.
And yeah, so you didn't describe the guy you were playing cards against at all, so I came up with that on the fly. I was like, I
Yeah.
think it would be cool to have like a goblin's little, yeah, what I can do for you, like a little voice in your head. That's immediately what I thought of. Like not just some guy going, "Hey there, how can I help you?" Like that kind of thing. I was like, it's gotta be relatively annoying. Like, you know what I mean? It's gotta be some kind of voice where you'd be like, "God, you're fucking talking again."
Dude, perfect. Because like I would have done it as like a sultry like demon voice who thinks he's all suave, but that doesn't conflict with Ig at all.
No,
So-
well, this does. You
Exactly.
do not want a
Perfect.
goblin in your head. That's what I thought. I was like thinking that. I was like, well, if I make it something that he would like want to voice out like himself, you're gonna want to take charge of it. And I want, in that aspect, I want a little bit of the charge of like who that character is.
Oh yeah. So if you didn't interact with him at all, I would just randomly just like my plan was to just like blurt things out like,
Oh no, he's
"No,
gonna be
I'm
a
not
part of the
gonna look
story.
there."
He's gonna be a part of the story, man. He's going. And no one else. So you're still going to be doing that, but and everyone else in the party has to remember that they don't know who this is or that you have anything.
I love that the abbreviation of his name is like this. I'm gonna So many puns.
So many puns. Just like every now and then you guys will be like in the middle of talking to someone and you'll be like, I gotta go deal with this. And to you it makes sense. To everyone else is like, what's this? Like, not who's this? What's this? What do you
Right.
mean you gotta go take care of it?
So my ideals are people. I'm loyal to my friends, not to any ideals, and anyone else can take a trip. Basically, I'll kill anyone for my friends. Is my ideals. Anyone else can take a trip down the sticks. I don't care. That's what it says. It was just random.
Corey, I liked your backstory, but then I was thinking about it and I was like kobolds aren't gonna. I didn't want kobolds to be like not readily available in the world, so I was like, how the fuck do I add things to his story after the fact? Of like because like in my head, knowing like the first place you chose was a burrow, I was like, am I just gonna make him sleep in burrows the whole way there and like get attacked? And I was like, no, we'll give him a town. We'll give him like a slap in the face. Like
He's just constantly fighting off fucking badgers and giant rabbits.
That's the thing. Like, you're gonna try to progress me, and I'm just gonna find like the dingiest little hole, a little like circle. Like everyone's gonna be sleeping in beds, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh, hey, can I sleep under your bed, please?"
Honestly, I think you have the highest charisma score in the entire group. What is yours?
I'm not gonna say that it's 18, but it's probably 18.
That's what he's got. You guys are
That's
tied,
plus
and he's
4.
oh
I think mine.
+3 plus.
Yeah,
4.
I think mine's 3.
Yeah. So, anyways, okay, almost the prettiest guy in the group, and he's a
Dude,
fucking kobold.
I love it. I love it. I was like,
Oh.
sketchy kobold, paladin that's not quite sure how he feels about being a paladin, but loves it.
Well, the way we're playing his paladin out too is he's learning about it. So if at any point in time he's just like, man, this is a lot of fucking weight to bear to constantly be under oath.
I'm a
can always-
barbarian now.
Right.
Dude.
Well, no, he could be a paladin. He's just going to be an oath breaker.
Yeah.
He decides to be. Unlike
Right,
a paladin who's done his whole life as this, so like holding the oath is nothing. This is going to be like I'm gonna make it like a strong bearing on him, like on your paladin. It's gonna be like this is your first time. This is your first job. Like you're 16 and working at the fucking pool hall.
And you're gonna
like
be dealing with
yeah
with us idiots.
yeah. So, but yeah, and then we have a kobold monk, which is hilarious.
Dude, I love it. So do you get pack tactics too?
It says I get pack tactics, but if it's DMs.
No, that's a
him.
racial trait. So because of how kobolds interact and fight, you will get flanking. You will be the only person
so
in the
anyone
group that gets
within
flanking.
5 feet from him that is visible, I believe, right?
No, it's not even visible. It's just like, well,
You're
might
fighting.
be for pack tactics.
Someone
but
you're fighting and someone
Right.
near you.
I'll
you get
always
flanked.
have advantage, pretty much.
Unless
Yeah,
you're the only one
so-
fighting, but yeah.
If I go more rogue than warlock, you and I could set up some crazy fucking kill boxes. Even though we're not technically DPS characters. Well, Monk is, but
Yeah, we could definitely like few shot things, and yeah, we give the old DM a run for his money.
We'll see. I mean,
Kyle's like, I have tricks for that.
I mean, so who actually got to fight? Like I went through all of those were off the cuff. So who actually got to fight?
I did.
I
Sam,
got tail smack.
They got to fight.
Okay. But okay, yours was a joke, more or less. Dude, that thing had 3 HP. Like you were killing it the minute you hit. Like it didn't matter.
I should have snarled at it back. There's something else. Hold on,
Okay, so like that was also a test of like individuals. You being a rogue, I already know you're gonna be difficult to deal with. Like I already know. Like I've done enough research to know that rogues can be assholes when it comes to like encounters and whatnot.
yeah. Well, being that I'm a warlock, it's gonna get real weird.
It's fine. So but I know that I have to plan for you. That's why yours didn't have a fighting encounter. I was like, David, I want you to roleplay out your brother fucking a cow. It was
Dude,
it was just gonna be a fat barmaid. It really was, and then it just played so easily into. It did. It really did.
I like the idea that the barmaids are just cows that they like put a trough for in the bar, and then everyone just comes up and like gets their glass of milk.
Damn it! So I have 2 attacks for my superiority dice, but I also have commanding presence, which I could have added to my intimidation check.
Oh, you could have done that.
Oof.
You guys got to learn your characters. I want.
Yeah.
Craig, Corey, you're not talking with the button.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of learning as we play.
Right. I do want you guys just to read over because, like, Craig's, I read his knowing he was going to be new. And that was off the cuff too, what I came up with there. But I knew that I wanted to put him in a position where he had to try and cast a spell, and like a situation where he wasn't just going to be able to like run up and hit something right away and kill it. Like I wanted to push him through a combat that was a little bit more dynamic, but not quite dynamic. I mean, he had to deal with heavy terrain with tables and stuff like that, casting a spell, that kind of. So,
More or less the walking tutorial of, hey, like these are some of your options. Like,
yeah, for his it was I was doing like a tutorial island, like kind of sort of.
Yeah,
because with
so-
all due respect, disengage and like some of those bonus actions are like life and death.
yeah,
Yep.
but you and I are the only
situations.
ones that get them as bonus actions.
Right,
Correct.
right.
Everyone
True,
else has to take it
that's
as their
action.
action.
The
But yeah,
the potential for content here is exciting. Is and that might be a side note, but just like sitting here and like I have the stream up on the TV behind, like it looks fun and exciting and engaging. Like it's this is fun. This is a breath of fresh air.
like we've all been in that place lately, David. I don't know how many games you've been playing, but we've all been looking for something else to do, and I felt like I was just getting in this moment where it was like I could spend one night a week in my room and do this one night a week and make sure like and just have a good time. Like it doesn't always have to be serious. Like as you can tell, I want it to be fun and adventurous. And I when I found out you had a charisma of +3 as a kobold, that's why I put a big titted maiden in front of you. I was expecting you to wholeheartedly try to roll to like seduce her to take you up to a room, and you were like, you got something I could do for money. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
Dude, honestly, like he's a kobold. That makes so much sense, and I love.
But it was good. It was good. It made me laugh really fucking hard. I was like, in my head, I was like, dude, just fuck the lady up in one of the rooms and stay there for the night.
Yeah, no, let me sleep in your cellar, baby.
So I don't know what you guys were thinking for like sessions, like
Tomorrow.
I mean,
Tomorrow.
we could. I have tomorrow off.
I do too.
But I don't know if you guys are thinking like content wise. I'm prepared. Like seeing how long this took. I honestly thought we were gonna get through your like backstories and your stuff within like an hour or two, and we'd be in the tournament. So this what I had prepared, like written in front of me, ready to like do, was gonna be about a session, and you guys made it into 2, which is fine. That's great. That means that
Right,
like,
no rushing things.
yeah,
We're gonna have
you're
plenty of
interacting and
playtime.
no one's trying to just like barrel through things, which is cool for me. So that being said, like I'm set up for probably 3 or 4, maybe 5 sessions, like on, not including this. So like I'm prepared to go, we can go again next week. I'm cool with that. We can switch Monday or Tuesday. I just know that Craig it was easier for Craig on Mondays, but I also know that, it might not be easy on everyone else. So for me, I generally get Monday, Tuesdays off. So it's going to be one of those 2 days, unless it's easier on everyone else because I can technically stay up till 1 o'clock on a day I have to work, but it's just kind of hard.
I'm
a
down
trooper. I
for
work every day, so
yeah, I'm down for any day as long as we can do about the same time. Like 7 o'clock starting for
Yeah, 8 o'clock for us here locally, and like David, I guess David didn't read the message I sent that we were doing
Oh, dude,
like,
I was like,
online sessions, not in-person sessions for like the first handful.
dude, I was ready to roll up with
Dude, it
Culver's
was.
at your house.
Yeah, he came over. He's like, "You want anything?" I was like, "Man, I'm not like I could have done this in front of you, but like I don't. I would have had to get my tablet
Oh,
out."
he was showing up. I was too.
Right? No. I definitely would have been cool with that. Like we would have just set up the table in the garage and we would have done it. But for like the streaming aspect and stuff like that, it would have been a little bit more difficult. I would
Right.
have had to set it up for that. And that being said, like if we decide to, I'm cool with you guys streaming it. I probably will start now that I felt pretty comfortable running it. Like I don't know how you guys enjoyed it. Like I think David said I did a pretty
I
good
mean,
job. Like,
I don't know if any of you guys have me open, but I have 3 viewers right now.
there you go. So it's running. People like it. I see Shane was like, "This is interesting." I don't know
Yeah,
what
just
time he
likes
said
my brother
that at.
fucking a cow.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what time. And then what did you say to him?
So I thought he was being sarcastic, and I was like, "Nah, man, I'm having a lot of fun." And he's like, "That's what I'm saying."
Oh,
And it was like during a part where I think you were talking to Craig, where like he was in like his combat battle, and we're kind of just sitting back listening.
oh, okay. And yeah, I think the push to talk worked really well because no one's trying to like interrupt people. And what I'm gonna
Yeah, good job, boys.
when we get into like where we're all in a group, I think I'm still gonna keep it in the same kind of turn basis, but obviously you'll get faster. Like you're not gonna go do a bunch of things and then everyone's just following you. It's gonna be like you walk into a room with a bunch of people. Sam, what does your character want to do? Do you want to talk to him? Do you want to fight with? You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna ask you your action, and then when you're like, "Yep, this is what I want to do," at that point in time, you're your own person, so you're just gonna go and do that. And as you start that, I'll move on to the next person, and so on and so forth. And we'll kind of play with how that works out, just depending on like the action you choose.
Okay.
So I think that's going to work better, just so that we're not talking over each other, and that everything's going kind of straightforward. I'm obviously in an enclosed room, nowhere near my kids or my family or anything like that. That's why I'm not on push to talk, so that I can interject. You might be saying something, and I might cut you off because something's happening as you're. You know what I mean?
This is the only thing that might cause noise.
Yeah, but it also like you like to have it on because then you can talk to your chat, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I actually have a button that'll mute me in Discord rather than having push to talk. So
exactly.
Because
and that's what I was saying. You guys might want to set that up. It's a hotkey you can set up that'll mute you when it's not when you're not interacting, and then it'll unmute you when it's your turn to interact. So
that way I don't
that
need to
might be
keep
more.
leaning forward. I can stay in like whatever position I'm in.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I'm down for. I think. Let me check my schedule. I think I'm good for Monday of next week too. Like I said, most nights are fine by me. Carol Ann, the reason I had to take a phone call, Carol Ann is doing some mushrooms, and she wanted to know if it was cool. And I said, I mean, I don't care, but you got shit to do tomorrow. We got kids, we got stuff going on, so just know that.
Oh my god! I don't
she's
know.
like, she's like, I'm glad you said that because I'm already 3 bags deep.
I
She
don't
just
think I
texted
could
me.
do it.
She just texted me. She's tripping face on a trampoline. I was like, "Are you okay? Like, are you texting me because you're tripping face like bad?" And she's like, "No, I'm fine." And smiley face. I was like, "All right, cool."
Yeah.
But, what else did I have? However you guys want to do it. I was gonna make these for people. I was gonna make you guys like a version of this. I messed this one up badly, but I was gonna make a version of this. But before I get you guys one, if you want to make like just a notepad or whatever that you bring with you, so that you can keep track of your interactions and your stuff. I'm trying to make notes, but obviously, as the guy that has to like talk all the time, it does make it difficult to like for me to sit and write something down without making it a long pause. So
Right.
I'm making like little scratch. So
if you want to make me one, I will take it.
I was going, like I said, I'm making one for everyone in their party based on the class they are. So you'll be able to transcribe all your notes and everything into it, from whatever you start with. But it's gonna take me a little bit of time because I gotta figure out a better way. Because this technically cost me the notebook was $1, but like the fucking leather, it took me a whole sheet of leather, and that's like $8-9. So it was like a $10 notebook, which isn't bad. But like I know I can get this thickness and like fox leather for way cheaper. So I just got to figure it out. And then I have to figure out how to iron things on because you can actually iron things on. So each one of these is going to have like a front logo right here, in the corner for your class. So,
Cool.
and that'll be my gift to you guys as the DM.
Hell.
Sweet.
Custom made with love.
It's so nice.
Greg, if you
It's a
want
nice.
if you want help making like logos or anything, or like the cutouts like I have for the names, I can show you how I do that on paid.net. Have anything for it?
Would you say me?
Yeah, for your like stream. I don't know if you
Yeah,
for like the
I
name tags
use-
or something.
I use Adobe. I'm trying to force myself to make things from scratch so I can learn.
That's fun. Not, but I mean, it's good for you, but it's not fun.
I mean, no, it's not. I mean, it is and it isn't.
Oh, and me and Sam found a this is
Yeah.
Sam's little dwarf.
Yeah. Big ass mohawk, big ass battle axe.
Nice.
I 3D printed him.
Now he's got to paint it and send it to.
Yeah.
Did you
Um,
you saved the? Did you get one of every one of our characters now, or?
No, I'll have to have you guys resend it to me so I can make tokens. Honestly, I kind of liked the interaction for not having like a straight up map. If you guys want to like have like a piece of scratch paper in front of you to like draw out what I'm describing, you're more than welcome to. But I don't know if we'll use maps for a little bit. I think we're just gonna go
If
verbally.
I watched what was it, Underwood, which is like an 8-shot that Matt Mercer was playing in. They didn't have like they had like the setting and everything, but they never used it. He just put like the characters they were fighting out and kind of described how far away they were from it.
Right. And that's what I think. I'm enjoying that, and until I don't enjoy it or until it becomes too difficult, we're not going to include a map of any kind. Because like Roll20 made it like I was messing with it for a good like 3 or 4 days, and I have it all set up, and it would be cool to run it that way. But one, they're little 2D tokens, so yeah, I can do it so that you can see how close you are to the people, or to the things. But realistically, if I just describe the setting and I give you some distances, or like you guys did great about asking about distances, like how far away am I? Like, where do I need to be? Like that kind of thing it made it easier for me to explain, but also helped me pull myself into say, this room's 50, 60 feet long, and you just walked in the end of it, that kind of thing. So,
Yeah, it just gets hard when you have a lot of minions and stuff out.
yeah,
Just when you're like mentally keeping track. But also, it's just as hard when you're using a real map too. So it's
right.
pros and cons either way.
So I have these that I bought at the dollar store, just index cards, which I'm using for each. Like I'll show you. Like I wrote all these. Oh, you can't fucking see it. Anyways, that's like that. There is a cultist. That's who Craig fought, and he was against a cultist and an acolyte for some kind of, weird fucking religious bullshit.
Man, I'm too in my character's head right now. Like I know my friend's missing, and at this point, I'm just like, what could I have done differently to save this guy?
And it's only session 1.
And it's only session 1. God damn it, Kyle!
Did I do good?
I'm gonna go have fucking dreams about how I could have saved this guy.
Did I do good, Dad? That's and like that's cool. Like the other day when we were just like shooting the shit in chat about D&D, and Hunter was like, "Man, I want to be a part of this. This sounds fucking cool." I was like,
Yeah.
That made me feel good because I'm like, I like talking and I don't mind being the center of attention. So it makes it easy for me to like when someone like amps me up a little bit. That's why, and that's also why I was like, we need to get this done. Like, we need to start playing so I feel more comfortable. Because like 2 days ago, I had an anxiety attack. I was like, I'm gonna be sitting here in front of my friends. Like, you guys are my friends, but I'm gonna be sitting here, fucking talking a lot. like, what if they don't understand what I'm trying
We're
to say?
listening to you like God, pretty much right now. Like,
Right.
Yeah. Show me my world.
I think I do
Take
think
me
that,
for a ride, Aladdin.
my descriptions will get a little bit better as we move into things. It'll definitely change up, how things are described, that kind of stuff. This is like, I would say base level. Like, I have a lot to learn about the way to describe things, like using bigger words that mean more things, so that I don't have to use like a ton of words to describe the same thing, and that kind of thing. But like, I've been watching that Roll20, and I love Brandon Lee Mulligan, and I was
He
like,
is awesome.
or the D20. I love
Yeah,
Brandon Lee
Dimension
Mulligan.
20.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah.
So that's really kind of how I'm trying to base my game. And okay, we're outside of game, outside of character. I just want you all to know, and this doesn't
Kill me, Dad.
this doesn't affect you, but it does. But I do have to say it out loud just so that we can move on from it. Your backstory starting area has an intertwining with the current story eventually, in some way, shape, or form, whether it's this campaign or we keep playing for like months and we get into another campaign, who knows? But like, Sam, your buddy is gone. You're not gonna go look for him, if that clears your
Oh,
head.
I'm gonna fucking find him.
You're not gonna find him anytime soon.
Yeah,
All right?
my character's gonna
After
stay up
life.
at night.
That's fine. And knowing your backstory, which we've talked about a lot, that's perfect. That's kind of why I did it.
It's gonna keep me up at night.
So just know that like there are bits and pieces of your backstories that I was trying to intertwine with the story. In order to do that, I either needed to take them away or change them in some way. David's was given to me. He's like, oh, I'm gonna have this demon guy in my fucking head. I was like, dope. So like, he's gonna follow you. He's gonna have information sometimes. Like, it's gonna be cool. I'm gonna be able to use that to my advantage. Corey, I mean, you are gonna be my special child because of the fact that like you're so starstruck by everything going on, and I don't want that to change for a while. Like, straight up, like probably this whole campaign, I want you to be completely awestruck as your
Oh,
character.
I've been playing it hardcore. This is a whole new world.
It's a whole new world.
And then
When you,
like, go ahead.
I was gonna say when you said that he like bumped into a guy in a hooded cloak, I was like, is that me? Is that me? I was
Yeah.
Oh
like,
no,
we're
I
gonna be
said
friends.
dwarf.
We're
I
gonna
said-
be friends.
I think I said dwarf, didn't I?
I don't remember. I just heard cloak, and I was like, yes, hooded figure in a cloak. It is me. It is I.
So
Oh, I think when I was leaving the village, I think is when he was talking.
Right.
Oh yeah. No. That would have been a good like a cool thing, but there wouldn't have been a like real way to get you guys to not interact with each other because you were leaving. You were going the opposite way of where you needed to go.
Or
Then-
had I
Right.
not been able to get that arrow out of my foot, Craig would have just walked up on me like fucking guy decapitated in front of
Dude.
me, no legs on the other one.
To be honest, had you not rolled strong enough to pull it out of your foot, I would have probably made you pass out there in pain.
Yeah.
Like, and he probably would have. Like, we would have role played that out. It would have been dope. But like, and that was something that as a player, I couldn't wrap my head around how to DM that kind of thing. Like, how the fuck do I do all this serendipitous like? And that's why when I started his, I was like, oh, it'll be kind of cool because then Sam can see, even though he can't, he doesn't know that Craig went there.
Mhm.
He can see that, or he can see that I'm incorporating something he did in someone else's story.
Right.
And that's what I want to do. I want your stories to come in to play and everyone to be like, what's going on? Like, I don't get what's going on. And then you'll have to explain it to the group. Like, well, my buddy got blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
that's what I want to do that as much as possible so that you guys are like, hey, I want to, hold on. Is it going to autofocus? There we go. I want to interact with this world because it's my character's a part of this world.
Mhm.
and that's something I
Well,
want to
my
build
ass
too.
is about to pass out though. I'm
All
gonna
right.
be late.
Yeah, we've been going for a strong 5 hours. Dude, good job. Like, I'm invested. I'm here every week. Fucking, my guy's growing, and now at this point, looking for a friend.
Okay. Sweet. Like I said, we're so we should have done a session 0, which I
I mean,
learned
this
about.
kind of is it, but
Yeah, I used a session 0 in my own way. So like I was watching D20 and I was like they do a session like their first episode or whatever, and that's how he entered every character. And I was like, I like that. I like the fact that you get to interact with people around you and the things going on with no interruptions because no one else is there. Or like the interruptions are like the group laughing about stuff and whatnot. But like it's you versus the world right now, and that way you get to feel like you're important. Like you're actually a piece of this. And just an FYI, David, I need a name for your town.
yeah, I thought we had one, but I
I-
guess I
We
removed
had
it.
one for the big city that you're currently like residing in, which was Thieves Respite.
Yeah,
But I don't think we came up with like
Respite.
respite. I don't think we came up with one for the little one.
yeah, I thought I had one in there at one point, but I guess I took it out.
So I'm gonna go over a little bit of backstory real quick, and then Corey, you can go. Okay. Sorry. So just a little backstory for Arendale, and this is just touching the top because I've just started to write the entire setting. You guys would know what you would know what Kingdom Highguard is, okay? Because that's like the main city, and it's also the patrolling guards. So like any city who has actual guards their guards are from this city. They're all counseled by and controlled by Kingdom Highguard. Um, you would know who the High King is. His name's Raider. He stepped into power from Grand Master General, so he was a world renowned army leader, like a military leader. Um, he was on Old King Cassian's council and was selected to be as the best to lead the council and the world. He wears very shiny gold armor of dwarven creation. He has a sense to him that he is of a higher power than, and you can tell that. Just like anything you've ever heard, he seems full of it.
Right, would that armor happen to be gold?
Goldish. Um, then let's see. He has a council beneath him. So in the aspect of this, they think Game of Thrones esque. Like there's a king of the realm, and then there's a council that he talks to and like
Right,
stays in
because he
touch.
can't do all of it, so he's
Right.
like, yeah, you can do the lesser shit.
So you've throughout like Corey, actually you could go to bed because your character would not know any of this, being a kobold in a cave.
Yeah, it's all gonna be new to me.
Yeah, I just thought
What's
about
a
that.
king?
What's a king? So yeah, you can go to bed. Like you really don't have to hear this if you don't want to.
All right. Thanks, Dad. Night, guys.
Deuces.
Nice
Night, Corey.
meeting you.
His council is made up of Banron Stormshield, who is the new Grandmaster General, selected by the dwarves as the council representative. He is a